Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama, and today I have no stranger to the channel. Oh, it's Annie. Good morning.
Good
Good morning,
morning.
babes. We're all here today. We don't know what day is it. We're on day 15 of the Karen retrial. Oh boy. And we
Oh,
have no idea who's going to be on the stand today, which is
I was
exciting.
so glad that it's somebody new, though.
I'm so glad it's somebody new too. Me too. Good
The poor
morning,
dude.
Lady in Gray. Good morning. Yeah, I don't know who it's gonna be. I I hope it's somebody interesting. Because it's gonna be Brennan all morning. And he was so boring yesterday. It was so hard.
I
It's like,
so
dude.
I had to watch. I was caught up for pieces, and then something would happen, and I'd have to speed up on 2 times speed. He is so much more interesting at 2 times speed. Like, ugh.
Oh my gosh. Oh, he needs to step it up a little bit. That was excruciating.
I did miss part of the video because I you guys were talking about the black hoodie, and there were like
Mm.
2 pictures, and they looked still like. So I missed part of that. I have to go back and watch that, but.
I think they ended up looking very similar. We ended up
Hmm.
scouring for a bunch of different pictures, and it does look like it's the same,
That's
excuse me, the
crazy.
same sweater. At
Hmm.
least, well, we don't see the front of it when he's walking back out. But
Okay.
when he's walking in, the front is the same pattern as the one he was wearing in the
Okay.
bar. So I don't know if it's a big nothing burger. I think it might be, but I have not
Hmm.
searched the webs to see if it's a thing since last night. But basically, what it was, I think what it was supposed to be showing. So like Higgins hasn't testified, which they might have to call him so he can
It
defend
kind of seemed
himself.
like it because I don't think
Because
they planned for it to go the way that it went.
no, I don't think so either. And defense is like really hammering home that, like, hey, maybe people should consider this Higgins guy. I
This could
mean,
be it.
what would you do as a juror? Like, would you want to hear from this guy?
I would absolutely. I mean,
Right.
I want to just because I mean I'm dying to hear from all of the people from the last trial, but
Mm.
you know,
I think I'd be like, okay, well, why isn't this guy? If he doesn't testify, I'd be like, oh, he's probably not testifying because he might have something to do with
because
it.
he
You
could have
know?
done. Well, it's the same thing with Proctor. I think, but we'll see.
That's true. Good morning, Buffy. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, somebody needs to make me a checklist in the morning, as I say to myself. Do things.
You
You
know who
know?
makes the best checklists?
Who?
Llama.
That's
Actually,
true.
ironically,
Ironically, that is true. I do make the greatest checklist. I
you
just
do.
don't have the
Especially
time
the
to make them.
handwritten ones. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
it's true. I do handwrite my own checklists. That's how they help me remember. Um, Maybe I might start doing those. I color code them and everything, you guys. I'm a
You
nerd.
do.
I'm a nerd.
Oh, they look
Oh, and
great.
Amos got me all those really cool erasable pens. Oh,
I was gonna say you have all your colors from her.
that's true. That's true. I'm just gonna need a whole clone of me at this point, I feel. Lady in Gray says X is full of comments. Basically, Buchanek was terrible with the Commonwealth motions yesterday. Oh, and with Brennan
Mm.
wanting to voir dire his own witness. Yeah, because they had to voir dire him in the middle of
Right. Oh, I
his
remember because the
testimony.
judge was snarky about it at one point,
Hmm.
wasn't she? Like,
Yeah.
you got your
Yeah.
voir
To
dire.
Jackson.
There we go.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, okay.
Jackson voir dired him, not
Mm.
not Brennan, if I remember right. Because he wanted to ask him questions that really, I guess, only came out because of the federal investigation about Michael
Mm-hmm.
Proctor's relationship with the Alberts and McLean. It
Right.
was definitely
Okay.
the Alberts. But he wasn't able to, because he was wanting to get these pictures in. So, but he was not able to do that. So,
Mm. Thanks, Buffy. I am feeling better. You know,
no.
ready to
Breakfast
get.
hour.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my apologies. Brennan wanted the voir dire, not Jackson, but Brennan didn't prepare his own witness. You know what? I do. Yes, that is
What?
correct there. Yeah. But Jackson asked the questions. Because at some point in the morning, they stopped for like 45 minutes because Jackson's questioning. And then Jackson was like, Judge, I think we need to talk about scheduling. They did their sidebar that we're not allowed to hear. So we're like, what could that possibly be about? And then we're like, oh, it was probably about this.
I had
Um,
long sidebars yesterday. I felt like even on two
oh,
times speed.
yesterday was just so long in general. And they started late. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but that morning was a drag. And the afternoon was good until Brennan comes at like 3 in the afternoon, being super boring and putting in more tail lights, which, by the way, it seemed like so the tail lights that were presented this afternoon were not the ones that had been submitted for evidence already. The ones submitted for evidence already were the ones by Buchanan. The ones that Brennan brought yesterday were the ones collected by Michael Proctor. Now, and I could be wrong because Brennan was what, Thursday or Friday when he opened all the presents, but the ones he opened yesterday had like a little white sticker on each of them and like labeled them. But I don't believe it was the case in the earlier ones um,
Hmm.
that Buchanan had found. Maybe they were too small. I don't know. But I noticed that they had little white labels on them that he would look at and be like, oh. I just thought that was interesting. Like, are they
Okay.
always supposed to have white little labels on them and Buchanan still didn't do it right? Probably. I don't know.
Hmm.
What a joke. What a
The
joke.
joke. Everything about this is a joke.
I'm already
That's
over
not
it.
well. The trial, the prep, evidence collection. We'll
Mm-hmm.
say that's the joke. We'll leave it there.
Yeah. Like, that's. It's embarrassing. And I think at the end of the day, I don't think we're going to get justice for John O'Keefe because the Massachusetts State Police did such a shitty job. So blame them. Blame them. Let's see. What else do we have? By the way, if you haven't yet, please like this video. Let everybody know that we're live. I hope we started the right one. It is day 15, right, y'all? Yes, okay. I was like, oh no, wait, did I just start the wrong show? No, that's not what you did, Llama. Get it together. Um excuse me. Today we're going a full day, so we're gonna have a lunch break with y'all and everything. Tomorrow, during the court lunch break, we're gonna do our great redirecting people from here to midday missing. Terry is gonna be out of town. So I will be doing midday missing for her. So it's going to be a fun back and forth day. So you can join me for midday missing tomorrow during court lunchtime, and then we'll be back here to cover court. I'm going to be working on something tonight that I think you all are going to be excited about, but I don't want to, it's going to be a secret for right now because I don't want to, we'll see how it goes tonight. But I think you all will be very, very excited about it. And then Thursday night at 9 p.m. is True Crime and Wine Time, where I'm guest co-hosting with Terry. And we're going to be talking about Inside the Mind of a Necrophile, the Karen Greenlee story. And you guys, bring your barf bags because it's gross. It's real gross. It's really, really gross. Um, so that's Thursday. And yeah, we got a full court this week, hopefully, which is nice. Annie's back. There she is. She has some rain going on. She got that Ohio weather over there.
Oh my.
It's supposed to storm here. I mean, it is been dark since I woke up. It's supposed to storm here today, so hopefully that doesn't cause any problems with our show.
Same here.
But we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Oh my gosh, that's a cute cat. Sorry, I just opened up Discord and Lady and Gray had put this cute cat meowing in the general chat for the courtyard. By the way, if you haven't, join our Discord server, the courtyard. That's where you'll see us and all the lovely people in the chat. It's where we all hang out, talk true crime,
Aww,
talk non-true crime. You can find like case documents, all sorts of things over there. Aren't you guys doing something tonight on there?
Yes, I think it's the next episode or two of Pushing Daisies.
Yes, Pushing Daisies.
Okay, cool.
Yes, at some time. Hold on. What time?
6 Eastern.
6 Eastern. Okay, yeah. Excuse me. I should have watched 1 and 2. I mean, I saw the first. I think I might have watched the whole thing, but it's been a while. A good while. So, yeah, sometimes we do non-true crime stuff there. Sometimes we play games. Y'all played Among Us this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I hope to join this Saturday when you guys are playing again, but we'll see. I'm a busy lady.
Yeah,
I
you are.
don't like it. I don't like it.
Am I blurry again to you?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah. I don't really know why that is. Let me see your cam settings.
I'm on
full.
I'm on high.
Literally nothing.
Cool. That's just doing it for fun.
Oh, funsies.
Okay.
We also play stabby games in the courtyard. Watch out for Annie. Yeah. She's cutthroat at Among Us. We all played together one time. And then my son got on and played with us. And that's the day that I learned my son was a terrific liar.
A great liar.
He's so good at it. He even threw his own mom under the bus. What a little turd he is. But he's really good. And I was like, why does everybody keep listening to him? We've got him in so many ways.
I know.
Everyone would be like, yeah, but like, he makes sense.
But it's little Llama. Like, I want to believe.
And I'm like, yo, he is a liar. Don't trust him.
I remember you. Yeah. He was good. Okay. I'll be right back. Let me see.
He is good. So they'll all be playing that again this Saturday at what, 8 p.m. Eastern. That'll be fun. I feel like I have something to do this weekend, but I don't. It's because I keep feeling like Mother's Day weekend is supposed to be this coming weekend, even though it just happened. I guess not. And it's almost the end of school, which I might be one of the few parents that loves when school's out. It doesn't bother me at all. It's great. You know why? Because school doesn't call you. You don't get emails. I do. I have a really cool kid. So I like him. And I only have one. I only have one. I understand for parents who have multiple kids, summer can be a lot. So I'm just fortunate, and I know that with just having my one. But he's having all sorts of fun this summer. He has a whole bunch of things already planned to do in June. And I'm like, what?
Aww.
Right? Like, you just went to Arizona for spring break, and he has a bunch of Boy Scout stuff and places he's going that I'm not going to say for obvious reasons. And then we have a wedding in June that he's going to be playing the violin at, which is cute. So hopefully that goes well. It's Elbow Feet's brother's wedding, and they asked us like a year ago if
I remember
Llama
you
could play, and I'm like, you do realize that he's like in 7th grade, right? Like, you do know what that sounds like, right? I don't know what you think, but no,
he'll do it for you.
He'll do it. No, he's as good as a 7th grade. I mean, he's not like some violin savant or anything like that, but I do enjoy when he plays. It's not horrible sounding.
That's
Um,
good.
but they want him to play the Imperial March from Star Wars,
Okay.
which, if you don't know, is Darth Vader's theme. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that one. And
Yeah.
then they want him to play Hedwig's theme from Harry Potter,
Oh,
which
I
I
love the.
can't do for you.
Yeah, no.
But you'd know it if you'd be like, oh,
Of course. I love movie scores.
do, do, do,
I love movie scores.
do, do. Yeah, I think that's the one. I don't know.
That's a commitment, especially for seventh grade. Okay. Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's really just like one thing, and then he just repeats it for a while.
Hi, baby.
What?
Hello. You're so cute. We're not going to be obnoxious this morning, though.
What is today? Oh, that's today. Interesting. But that was at 6:40 a.m. Oh, that's Colorado time. So, okay, well, we will see. Um, so guys, there may not be court today.
Oh,
Angie
okay.
just informed me that at Christina X on Twitter, or X, whatever you guys freaking call it, I don't know, I don't care. Said that there's no Karen retrial today, 5/13/25, due to unforeseen circumstances. Per a court spokesman, this is just breaking, so we'll see. So far, Court TV hasn't said anything. I have it up. But you know what? Maybe what we'll do today, because we're already here, I already put on my makeup. So we should probably do maybe a little something. Maybe we can watch some previous testimony. What do you think about that?
That'd be fine with me. I just saw that pop up on X a couple times.
Good
Dude.
morning, Polly. Good morning. Yeah, maybe we could watch some Old Testament. Hey, while we're waiting, guys, why don't you guys decide what you think Annie and I should do we want to watch Trooper Proctor Cross? Do we want to be angry
Yeah,
today? Okay.
absolutely.
Do we want to be angry? And he's like, yes, please.
Yeah.
Yes. I need anger. Maybe it'll push this baby out of me. I don't know. I want
Oh,
it. Okay, maybe we
let's
can do
do it.
that, you guys.
I
mean,
have Polly pie. I have raspberry tea. I have
oh,
my tea with some cranberry juice and pineapple juice because people said that that would help. We are
oh,
getting this
nice.
baby out, y'all. It's a team effort.
Nice. We should put on pants, damn it. We have to do something. Exactly. I did put on pants. I did not put a bra on. So, oh yeah, Higgins or Proctor.
Ooh.
Ooh, but if we watch Higgins, then we have to hear all those cringy texts again. I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, but apparently he reads it better than Big Mac. But
oh yeah, we are gonna have to change the thumbnail. Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. We got time. We're just gonna hang out for a little bit. I'll race home for Proctor. That's fine. Take your time, babes. We can,
we'll wait for you, Buffy.
Oh.
If it means that Buffy gets to join us.
All right. CBS News. Angie just sent me. Not taking place today due unavoidable circumstances.
I was in bed
about
all
20
snuggled
minutes
up.
before the scheduled start of the proceedings, court spokesperson Jennifer Donahue announced the cancellation, did not say why. Okay. So, okay. All right.
Baloney.
Okay. Well, uno momento. Everybody hang on to your butts because we got to change some things around. We're not going anywhere. Okay. I just am not the greatest at multitasking, especially when it comes to designing stuff. So let's do
Checklists,
that.
yes. Multitasking, no.
What's that?
It's a checklist, yes. Multitasking,
Yes. Not so much. Not so much. Let's do Proctor. He gets to read his text, and you'll hear all the cringe, including the "see you next Tuesday." Yeah, because I don't think they're calling him. Also, Angie, thank you so much for sending that information to me. I really appreciate it a lot. Well, that's wild. Ooh, and that means I might have an earlier day today so I can get started on my secret project. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh, intriguing. The mystery. All right, let me get into Canva and see what I need to do. Oh gosh. Okay.
Is that Brian Keegan? I didn't expect Brian Keegan to.
Look the way he did.
Yeah.
Did you see a picture of him?
Yeah.
Yikes. I mean, he's not like the worst looking dude.
No,
But,
I just didn't. That's not what it.
John is very
It's
handsome.
not what I had. Yes.
I was expecting somebody younger-ish. Look, I mean, I don't know how old. Maybe. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't know how old he is.
That's fair.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
But
they just seem like two different types, you know?
How you flirt? How are you? Okay. Well, I'll just shut my mouth.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions. Maybe we don't want the answer to. Lady Gray says she thinks that the defense is going to call Proctor. I think so too.
Oh yeah. I hope they do anyway.
I swear they changed Canva all around, and it's annoying. Oh, it's so annoying.
You text me.
Oh, it's because it's down there, Llama. Get it together. Because I don't think Amos is up yet. All right, so there's that one.
My doctor's office is just on it with reminders.
Good morning, RTC. Good morning. So, surprise. Guess what? There's no court today.
No, ma'am. No.
Nope.
I love you. I thank you.
Are you saying that to our viewer or your cat? Because, I mean, I like RTC too, but I don't know if we're there yet in our relationship. We don't want to cross any lines yet, Annie. Jeez. All right, what day is today? We're at day 15, right? Okay. And we're going to be doing a rewatch. Rewind.
She wants my lemon poppy seed muffin.
Do cats even eat those kind of things?
I have a cat that's a goat, and I have a cat who turns down most cat food.
I think your cat's broken.
She is. They're both broken.
QC, good morning. Yes, court is canceled for unforeseen circumstances, whatever the hell that means. We don't know. But guess what? What we're going to do is we're going to watch the testimony of Michael Proctor from the first trial. So if you don't got anything else to do, I say hang out with us. We'll be getting started with that here shortly. I got to make some adjustments to the day because I did not foresee this either. Turns out, not a psychic. All right, so now I need a picture of Michael Proctor's stupid face. Disgraced former trooper Proctor. I don't like him already. Not even watch the first trial. I feel like I'm going to hate this guy even more. Michael Proctor. I know he's bald.
Oh, yeah, I just pulled him up because I was curious after seeing.
Let me find a really stupid picture of him. Oh, it turns out it's like almost all of them.
Whoa.
Oh, goodness. I'm just kidding. Oh, what's this?
Ugh.
Uno momento. Bear with us, everybody. We're probably just going to watch the cross if everyone is cool with that. I don't know how long it goes on for, but I think we're just gonna watch that one, right? Is it cross where he reads all of his text and stuff? I mean, they did pretty thorough cross, so I imagine everything he said there was all right. Okay, this face looks stupid. Let's do that one.
I sent you one too, but it's not a serious one.
It's like you guys are getting a behind the scenes look, because believe it or not, this is also the things I say out loud to myself when I'm making these things. So,
and to us.
Yes, that's true. All right, I need to do that. Take away that background. Yeah, that's a good one. Dirt. Shouldn't have done that, but that's what his face looks like. Wait till you guys see it. You'll be like, okay, Llama, it does go dirt. Oh, I'm awful. But also, F this guy. I don't care. I've heard his thoughts and I don't care. I don't care. Usually I'm much nicer with that. Let's do that. And what else do I need? Nope, not that. There we go. We'll get rid of that thing. Amy's gonna wake up and be like, did I do everything wrong? What happened?
I know. What's going on?
Oh. Court TV, you're late to the news. Okay, well, thanks. Already knew that. Late to the party. Rewatch. Of Proctor. How do you spell Michael Proctor? Is it ER or OR?
OR.
OR? Okay.
I think I said that really confidently.
It is OR, correct. Correct. Oh my gosh. Rewatch. Disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor.
Disgraced. Food must have crumbs all over myself. Expectedly.
Cross examination. Trial numero uno. Right? I speak a little Spanish. Just kidding. I don't.
Yesterday, at one point, because I was, sped up, I just heard uno momento, uno momento. It was really funny.
Oh, God. Because you had me on like 2 times speed?
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
like, what's happening over there?
We're going to put you up there in that corner, and you're going to go over here because that's pretty long. Okay. All right. I think I did it. It's not great. But you know what? Amy can deal with it. She can make another one. This is us working on the fly today, you guys. All right. What is this? Page 5. Okay.
Lady and Grace says you're doing a great job at multitasking. It's not
Thank
in the
you.
YouTube chat.
Thank you for the encouragement. I needed that. Let's see. Number 5. You done download. Okay, good. I did save it as a PNG. I always mess up and save it. It'll automatically go, do you want to save this image as a PDF? No.
I don't want to do that.
Why is that the first option? I mean, it's probably a good reason. It's just I never use that one. So, like, all right. Let me come in here, change that. So people know what we're doing. Edit. Change. Oh, look at this. I've never done this in real time before. I really want to put fuckface on the thumbnail, but I don't think that's appropriate.
Disgraced Trooper Proctor. Probably fine. I don't know what photo you chose, but the one I'm looking at, I hope, man. I hope.
Try one. Cross. Oh, I don't have that many characters to do the whole title, but Trooper Michael Proctor. Proctor. Oh, Okay. And what else do I need to change? I need to change that. Put that there. Do. Thanks for sticking around, you guys. Take your potty breaks. Get your snacks, your coffee. We are rewatching. Trial 1. Cross examination. Proctor. Look at us being flexible. And I didn't even do my yoga stretches. I never do them, so it's nothing out of the ordinary. And we'll put Michael Proctor. Oops. Okay, now that's done. Oh, jeez, get it together. All right, save that. Okay, now I just need to find a video for us all to watch. Thank you all for your patience today. Appreciate that. There's no court today, so hey, Annie, do you know how to make a banner to run at the bottom? Oh, Amy's here.
I think.
What is happening?
Love it.
Good morning, Amy. There's no court.
I love that she comes in as soon as you're like.
As soon as I'm done.
Banner. She heard it.
Yeah. No court today due to unforeseen circumstances. So I don't know what that means. I'm guessing some sort of emergency. So let's see, Michael Proctor. So we are going to watch Michael Proctor. If I knew how to spell Michael, which apparently I don't. Like Michael Proctor. So that's what we're gonna do.
I used to. There's a Ukrainian guy named Michael that I used to know, and everybody called him Michael, but it's Mikhail is how he pronounced it and wanted people to say it, and it took so long. It took so long to figure it out. But anyway, Michael.
Oh my gosh, it could take me forever to find his testimony.
My camera needs to stop doing whatever this is that it is doing.
Oh, wait. Oh, it's a podcast. That's not helpful.
Maybe if I turn off the light. Behind the scenes.
I'll have to put in full cross-examination. There we go. Calling her a babe, a nutbag with no ass. Oh. Okay, here we go. Oof. Make sure his. What is all this? Okay. I think this, for some reason, also has local weather commercials. Well, that's not helpful. No offense, Boston, but I don't care about your weather from a year ago. This one, maybe?
Buddy.
Hi, beautiful. So I changed the thumbnail. Amy's behind the scenes. We're not bringing her on. She'll hate us for
We're not crazy.
We're not crazy, and I don't want to die today. Okay, I think I found it, y'all. Yes. Okay. I did the thing. Okay. But I changed the thumbnail. It's not the greatest, Amy, so you can make it fancier if you want. And I changed the title and a little bit of the description. So we're doing our best. We're doing our best.
We're not Amy, though. Gosh.
Okay. That's true. All right, you guys. Okay. Oh, and we need a little banner being like, hey guys, there's no court today. All right. Let me check my messages real quick. Okay. All right. We're all good. We're all good. We're back in session. Look at that. It's only 9:10. We did that pretty fast.
We did
Faster
that.
than
You did that. I
even
sat
if
here.
there was court. I sat here. You held down the fort. You entertained the masses. All 13 of them. Thank you. Oh, well, less than that. They just dropped
Wow.
off. But here we are. They'll find us. All right. So good morning, Bells. Good morning, and anyone else that may have came in that I didn't see. So catch everyone up. There is no court today due to unforeseen circumstances.
Well, hold on. She's pointing at some. I don't know what she's pointing at, but it was
The computer.
And you're gonna have to type. We're not with you.
She's just doing this. What was this? What does this mean? I don't know. Okay, I can read lips. Okay. She's like, you girls, I can't handle you this early in the morning. You need to get into them. Anyway, oh yeah, we need to make a little banner real quick. Let everyone know there's no court today. No court today.
I got excited. I thought she was saying like she saw court movement or something. I was like, yeah.
Oh no, everybody has been like, nope, not happening. Rewatching disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. Look at me, I'm just getting angrier every time I have to type it. I don't even know how much I hate this guy yet, but I know I'm really not gonna like him. So cross exam.
She wants to know who we're watching with.
Oh, I believe this is Boston, but it doesn't look like they even have, there's nothing, we don't need a new banner or anything like that today. They don't even have anything running, so we don't need, there's nothing on there. So, is he, guys who watched this before, is he just exam one day, or cross exam from trial one? Oh, a loud truck. I hope you guys don't hear that.
Nope.
Okay, good, because it was loud. I think they're doing some kind of like construction at the end of the street or whatever. So we have these like big trucks coming in with stuff. It's so annoying and loud. Okay, look at that. Yeah, we did it. Okay. Okay. All right, and we settled out what channel we're on. There's the fan that we all know and recognize. So, okay. So then I need to bring this up. There we go. All right. And this way we can zoom through the sidebars and lunch. Okay. You're ahead of us. What do you even mean? Oh, never mind. I see what you guys are talking about. Okay. Did it. High fives all around. High fives. Thank you, everybody, for staying here. So this is what we're going to do today. When we ask what you're doing, tell them to come hang out with us and get enraged. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to do this? Okay, let's go. Let's see what happens. I'm going to probably boost up the volume a bit. Oh. Oh. Uno momento. Why are we... oh, wow. Oh. Is that a little too loud? I feel like it might be.
Poor Buffy Bot.
All right.
it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that.
And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not
Okay, I guess we don't
that
need
the
to listen to all
witness or
this.
the other people in the text
This must be, oh, what was that little thing? Oh, the little trick. Oh, it only just by like 5 seconds. They're all talking, waiting for him to take the stand.
I've just been talking and unmuted myself.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of...
I don't know why I got annoyed. I forgot real quick about this. We've already watched this.
is next in order.
Oh my goodness.
It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
You see the chairs the defense has? Those shitty chairs?
And 2526.
They definitely brought their own chairs. They're like, F no, we're not doing this.
Could be so
They got
kind, please.
upgraded.
Thank you.
Okay. For fuck's sake. Did you hear? I stopped on Bev's side. I feel the same way, Bev. I know a lot of people are annoyed with her size, but I get it. I'm a sire a lot. Oh, look at him. He's checking his notifications on his phone. I bet that was all over the internet.
Probably. Like, nobody needs your
Oh, for
input,
Pete's
baby.
sake, how long does it take for him to get on the stand?
Ask you if you wouldn't mind to
There we go.
turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you.
Okay. Sorry, your kids. We all good?
Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize
Good
that?
morning, JC.
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird.
Oh, so
Whitey,
we're going to
and
get
Dot,
angry real
correct?
quick. Okay.
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
8?
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a
buddy.
look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right
Jeez.
of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
Oh, jeez.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, You also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies, that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does
How's his
ASAP mean?
head so shiny?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Oh.
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
That the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner is a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Huddle to accomplish that. What does that even
Not
mean?
not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you
Oh,
knew
look
this
at that smirk from Karen.
16 hours into your
Bullshit.
investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
Oh, just so let him finish. We didn't get the, finish
Some-
your answer?
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it
Rejected
stand.
himself.
Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Keep his
Yes,
voice
ma'am.
up. Very loud.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Good
Yes.
morning,
And
Sam.
it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's
What
the
does that mean?
homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
Oh.
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote,
We're
she
gonna need
waffled
it.
him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him,
Where's
correct?
the dean?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
You need a Boston lexicon
Yes.
jar.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Is this not the beginning of crossbows? We're just doing
Bird
cross
then
today.
writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him? Question mark. Right? Yes. And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to
No.
Canton
No.
paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy. Correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw
Boston.
Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these
Hold
injuries
on.
injuries
Momento,
occurred.
guys. All right. So, was he on the stand for multiple days, or what? What is happening? Because this is from
Maybe.
Boston, right? Let me see, let me make sure. Where are we watching this at? Oh, that's not the right one. Yeah, NBC 10 Boston. It's a full day. Looks like he's on the stand all day. So,
Belle said we haven't had time to build up our anger by the first part.
Well, here's the deal, guys. All right, I can't sit here today and watch 2 days of Cross, okay?
Mm.
Because I got some things I need to do this afternoon. Since we have this bonus time, I think the anger, I think we can manage. I already don't like this guy, so I think we're just gonna watch this part today. If somebody finds the other part, more than happy to stream that. Because remember, sometime this week we're probably gonna have the niece and nephew, and they're not gonna be recorded or anything like that.
Mhm.
So we can always go back and watch if there's a first part to this. I don't really care to watch the direct, because I've heard it's Lally, and I watched enough of Lally.
Mhm.
And I don't want to put everybody to sleep. So we're just gonna go with this for now. Okay, guys? Okay. Go with the flow.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still
Good morning.
figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware, initially, that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes,
Oh, that's the
Bear,
person.
let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
They're animals.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
Sir.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
a person out of the chute, right?
60 plus miles per hour.
So no, the answer is
So
no.
I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't
knew-
care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed, and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Chair.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be.
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement. according to you.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
Is cat a person? Why do they all have weird animal nicknames?
Yeah, I really gotta figure out this weird thing.
Hey, mongoose.
I do so, yes.
You responded, quote,
Goldfish.
Says llama.
nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite.
Right.
They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they
Is
were
he
not to be
drinking smart
involved in
water
any
too?
way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you
Boston
were thinking?
sponsors them.
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. "5051 writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the
please.
evidence from that day on the 29th, and everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry, since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we? 5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least? Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
Look
That's
at the
what
jury,
you
sir.
wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
You talked to her for what, like a whole 30 minutes?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have
What did you mean
all
by that?
accounts in your
What
investigation?
did
the
you mean?
accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
So spicy this morning. Ugh. Explain, sir, what you meant by that, though.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
So yes.
You sound like
And
a
no
caveman.
ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then,
A little comedy.
correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Wow.
Correct.
Honor and integrity. Oh,
You
God, they
decided
need to
on the
bring him
29th
so
of January,
bad.
17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. The content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
I know, it's so cute.
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
Jeez.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
Look
It was
who's here this
unprofessional.
morning.
of me.
Like, I'm here and I'm
Something I
ready.
shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was
Love
unprofessional.
me.
It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture,
Oh, no.
just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. And a person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Buffy brought her
Miss Reed.
snacks.
And you write, E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Does she have like colon cancer?
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again,
Got a bunch of
another
issues.
reference to Ms. Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
How does he know that though?
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Ms. Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very
She's
serious
got
surgery?
her phone.
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in
And he
18 months?
talked to Jen
several
McCabe
years
already,
prior?
right?
10.
Maybe.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nope, I'm just a scumbag.
But you decided
Don't lie, man.
that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. I'm sorry.
Was that court reporter being like, hold on, I'm writing this all down. I got stuck on gastrological. Just a second.
I need a dictionary.
I'm sorry. Christine. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Was he asking what
Why
he was
did
drinking?
share some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Take that down, please.
Jeez.
I got annoyed and then I remembered we can skip through it.
Oh man. Yikes. There's sidebar. Oh, that doesn't last very long. Okay. Oops. Oh, what scumbags, you guys. All of them. Oh, and these are his high school friends, yeah?
Yes.
Are they cops? Are any of them cops or just weird animal buddies?
I don't know that we know that. We might.
All right, sorry. I thought that was a good spot to stop. It was not.
Without getting to the specific.
Okay. You are kinder than I am for just saying dislike.
Trooper
And this
Proctor,
guy.
without getting
He's
to the
not great.
specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Miss Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jury.
Okay. fine.
Correct.
Okay. They don't know what this
You know
word
what the
means.
definition of integrity is?
Thank you, Jackson.
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Like these are the first times you've talked to your
When you
friends.
say
this
they're
way
juvenile
about
and
this stuff.
regrettable, sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he gonna make them apologize to her? Do it. Yep.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation and this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
And Lori determined that was a lie.
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath?
This
same
is
oath
what
you
they
took here
tried to
today,
get into yesterday.
in a former proceeding in February of 2024 that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said?
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
It's an epidemic.
Would
Nobody
refresh
can
your
remember.
recollection if you
That's
took a
crazy.
look at those grand jury minutes.
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
That's a lot of numbers for a page. 01563. That's 5 numbers for a page. Okay.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I feel like
You'd
the
review
courtroom's
that and
so
look
much
up when you're
brighter.
finished.
Of course he would try to get out of saying certain words. You said him. Own him. Oh. That makes sense why this room's darker, or why things are a little darker now. Also, how do they make their heads so shiny?
There you
Do
are.
they put
Okay.
something like on?
Would that refresh your recollection about
legit
a
question.
question and answer that you had, or series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Like, my legs never look that shiny after I shaved them. Do they use something?
I don't know.
It's a real question. I'm being very serious.
But like a lot of the bald people have super shiny heads, and I don't know why.
Yeah. What is that about? I don't know. Curious.
And this says lotion, but like bald lotion, like
Is it special
why
kind?
is it everybody? Sunscreen, I could see, but like
It's all right. I'll type into Google later. Why are bald heads so shiny? I'll be like, this is better than what you were searching over the weekend. Thank you.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, they
Thank
do
you.
use like products
You were asked
on
the
their
question.
head.
Oh,
My husband does.
Quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA
the more
Beelan
you know.
that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone.
That's what Jen McCabe
Question,
says too.
meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
so your question is whether he said this?
Good morning,
Correct.
Bobby B.
Whether that's
Welcome.
his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question
wants
was,
to
did
yell
you
at
have a
him so
relationship
bad.
with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no,
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct. Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or
Friendship bracelets.
They didn't have friendship bracelets.
communications, freaking communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a
relations.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes,
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it?
And the lie detector
You did
determined
know.
that
You
was a
do
lie.
know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But
Oh,
what
for
about
fuck's
part of the question? Did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families. How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the
true,
McCabe
Ray.
family, sir.
I
stick
see.
with
So what
us
you
and
did,
it's
Trooper
fine.
Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
Objection.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way.
I'm not sure I
How about
can.
if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have
It's
it.
not
Do
the same.
you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Stand up and stretch. Get your yoga stretches in.
Oh my goodness. This guy. They
He's
define
not-
relationships very weird in Massachusetts.
Right, right. Only when the defense is asking, though.
That's true. I think defense is gonna call this guy.
Is he
doesn't-
married, Terry?
Proctor?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Married.
Hmm. Her name's Elizabeth. They brought it up.
What?
And
Yeah, there are
she
text
talks
messages.
to the. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe they bring up the text messages. They brought it up in direct too.
Is
Yeah,
he
same with
still
Jen.
married?
Jen McCabe was talking to Elizabeth Proctor too, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
asked her about that. Mhm.
It was
They were
brought
going
up
through the
on-
same trauma.
Yeah, I was
Wow.
looking at what was covered under direct, and
Oh, for fuck's
Lally
sake.
brings a lot of it up in direct examination too. So
Well, this is a long one. Oh,
Julie
There we
Albert.
go. Oh, hold on.
Correct.
In a memento.
I'm sorry.
Good dude.
And she spoke out defending him and his action. Do better.
stand by your man.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor.
They have
that's her name?
bracelets.
Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry.
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
What?
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4,
And what was this marked for ID?
this was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo.
Or as
And
in
Your Honor, for the court,
besties.
I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Zoom tight. Can we move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C as in Charlie. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them, correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you
You
personally
hired
interviewed
babysitters
Julie
that you
Albert
don't
and
know?
Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have to.
By the way, Court TV was saying that it was supposed to be the niece and nephew testifying today. So that's what Court TV just said, because I do have it open in another tab because rumor has it they might be doing a Zoom at 11. We'll see. But remember, if the niece or nephew testify, we're not going to see it anyway. So. But I will keep you guys updated.
You wrote a report
Well,
on October 12th,
we all
2022,
keep
correct?
updated.
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor,
Agreed, Bobby.
ever
Agreed.
mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay. Yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough. You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Just focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
After your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. And if you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, "It was fine, just a quick convo," correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Another sidebar.
Sidebar. Do. Oh, that's not. Maybe if I was on the right thing. Do.
Witnesses,
Oh, went too far. Sorry, guys.
conversation,
Do.
press.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
Well, you know, who's
But you
in
did
court
say-
today? The Menendez brothers.
That the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. You don't need to show this at this point. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668?
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes,
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
correct.
She wrote, the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious.
This
Correct?
is to Julie.
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon,
This is with
you
his
believed
sister.
that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
I got.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That's not how I.
Absolutely
took it.
not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone.
That's how I took it.
That was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of
Me too.
minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're
that
gonna
part.
Interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No,
Some
absolutely not.
stretching, Jackson. That's some
And
stretching.
then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with them, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Are you the lead investigator?
On January
Answer the
30th,
question.
2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
How did you take her Jesus Christ the party was one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's her, the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be, Jesus Christ, we know these people?
Again, that's how I read that message.
That's how I read it too.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar, I gotta go interview them?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So
Sure.
it's not newsworthy.
Is that what
These
you
were
did,
details,
Trooper?
internal
Is that what you
details
did?
about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No,
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
the information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes,
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor.
That's not great.
With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
Back page 2672.
Why would Julie even think that's a good idea?
You see the
in the
text
first
from
place?
you, what's up?
yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
for my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this. investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of,
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
official people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
If we're joining us, Violet
Colin
Lotus,
Albert
I'll
was
see
not
there.
at the home. He left
Thank you.
at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you? No,
If-
you can have that.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement, or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7.
10 months after, 8, 9 months, whatever. Ugh, ridiculous.
Oh,
What is it
I-
for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay,
Um,
show me
that's
the line and then
wild.
go ahead.
Of course.
Violet
Let me
Lotus.
ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Which we have yet to see any handwritten notes in this new trial. But don't worry, nothing Jim McCabe said is in any of them, because they're all wrong.
Take a look at that. And first, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
Does it look like a third grader wrote them? Probably.
Yeah, his handwriting was really bad.
I know, Terry. You said yesterday you needed to be fired up. Auntie Bev heard you and canceled court today just so we could watch this for you. You're welcome. Come on.
He needs a dictionary.
Mary, Your Honor?
Maybe if his own handwriting wasn't so shitty. Wouldn't take so
Is
long.
this going to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or the objection sustained?
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson? Is that
That list
correct?
seems shorter.
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow, was there one name left out?
The-
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
Yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one, you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along
Albert
with Trooper
told you
Zach
this-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word,
You
correct?
guys are getting
Yes.
spicy over
Trooper
there.
Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of her tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
We'll take a look at tab 8. Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess, and I'll see Councilman Zarka.
Guess
15,
what,
20
friends?
minutes.
We don't have to do that. So,
Why?
You
She
will.
can just. It's so much easier to say, answer the question.
it's so much easier. I agree. Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Can you answer that?
Trooper Greeno was
Hold on just a minute. There we
Can you answer that?
Oh.
So, oh. All right, move on. Next question.
Do. Oh, sometimes it seems like it doesn't have far to go, and then it's a lot. Okay, well, we'll just see what happens, guys.
Trooper Greeno.
Let me do this. By the way, I want to say thank you to all the new listeners. If you guys, we have a live chat going on, and they are saying a lot of hilarious things that I cannot put on screen. So say hi to the chat. They're all over there spilling tea and telling secrets.
In fact,
All
I'm
right.
pretty sure I'm not old enough to read that.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrate report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Greeno was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that, so I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay,
Experts
so it goes
doing
without
some heavy
saying,
lifting there.
I shouldn't say that because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former
Crows
Albert
can
residence
fly
at 34
pretty
Canton,
far,
34
can't
Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please?
How many tabs they got in there? All the tabs.
First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
And this is before Leslie's on
Yes,
with
I do.
them.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you may. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
For assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has Unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new Street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you had even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the, quote, list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities, to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office, so we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, correct?
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident.
That's crazy.
Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
What?
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, She was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later. Is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antono, September 2nd, 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident. Correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky. Is that right?
Yes.
Lucky
What's his
Loughran.
excuse for that?
You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's sustained.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained, I'm going to strike that.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Mechanic and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct? Is
Objection.
I'll allow it.
that true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
Nope. In charge. It is 51% of
As
the
the
work
lead
or more.
investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and
You
your
heard it
obligation
straight
to
from his
investigate
mouth.
all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Could you, what
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
him.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
It's
What are you going to say?
something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
You know, when you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
you just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Ms. Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
I mean, they don't have to prove intent or motive, so I suppose.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence, pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And she went over to his house.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So
Sure.
he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well,
And
you
you
were
just
asked,
take their
actually
word
asked
for
that
it?
question
I
in a
don't.
different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil. I'm
your
sorry,
answer
go ahead.
was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
How about
So you
that?
became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Oh, of course. Sidebar. All right.
Sidebar.
I feel like she wastes so much time.
I remember we just learned in sidebars. We do know that Karen went over to Higgins' house. And then, after whatever happened there, she started ghosting them. I don't know about you guys.
To go to 34
Oops,
Fairview,
I went
correct?
too far. I don't know about you guys,
Keith.
but there's kind of this thing in
At
true
2:20
crime where guys tend to get a little they don't like it when they get rejected.
Mhm.
He's not a
So I
loser,
do
Llama.
think-
He's not a loser.
That's right. He's a loner. That's different. Men don't like to be rejected by. They don't handle it well usually in the true crime stories we hear. So I think that it's as much of a possible intent or motive as Karen being a jealous, crazy person, that this guy could be a jealous, crazy person. So I'm just saying.
And if he
Thank you.
thinks that's a possibility,
You're aware
no
that
doubt.
at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big
Exactly, Violet.
guy. Certainly had the
Exactly.
physical ability to
Textbook.
get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means.
Were they though?
Could he do it? Could he throw a punch?
Did they
Knock
have
a guy down, knock a
friendship
guy out.
bracelets?
I can't speak to his
think
fighting
so.
ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it.
Just
Trooper
boys being
Proctor.
boys.
I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
They're grown men.
But you waited until February 10th to
Okay,
interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone, is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone, is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what that. I don't know what the call was
I'm
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked, did you?
Almost like you could have.
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
That's right.
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
But they were at the house
Correct.
Right.
where there was a body on the lawn.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G is in golf. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Guys. Is it laggy for you guys? Let me refresh because it's looking like it might be coming through laggy. Sorry about that. It's probably because I had Court TV open up at the same time. Just a second. I'm going to refresh. Do that.
I thought it was just
and remove and then re-add it. No, it did that yesterday too, which is weird because it normally doesn't. But well, okay, yes, it was okay. You guys just let me know when it does that, and it's really simple to fix. It's just a quick little refresh there. Sometimes it be that way. Okay, all right, back to this.
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that?
I don't think that's the case, Buffy. Here's why. I don't think it was a juror because I had Court TV playing, right? So Karen didn't show up, her lawyers didn't show up, and none of Karen's family showed up.
Read. It says multiple sources report that court session was canceled today due to an illness. If it were a juror, it's more likely they would excuse the juror and continue forward.
Oh my gosh, I am
She
so
said,
I'm so
said,
pretty.
read.
I gotta read. You know what? Maybe I will get a job at the Massachusetts
Scroll
State
up.
Police Department. Stupid, Mom. Get it together. Anyway,
Read.
altogether, that's the tea that keeps coming out of court is that none of her, but all of John's family showed up, including the kids that were supposed to testify and everything.
Wow.
So I heard. So, but yeah, Buffy's totally right. If it was a juror, they'd just be excused and go back their way.
We didn't come here to read. I
That's
understand.
right. I didn't come here to read. I just came here to mock this guy all day. All right, we'll get back to this. Sorry, everybody.
I was going to let you rant at me, but I was just going to be like, hey.
On January
read.
29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning.
I was not aware of that.
Might have been
Okay,
important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what I don't know what the call was
Oh,
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that
I
call
did rewind
at that
it, so
time.
I might have went too
because
far,
you
sorry.
didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Right. The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022,
No.
that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
Apparently, Judge Bev does not
She would
like
not
them doing
rule,
that.
at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G is in golf.
Okay, this is where we were. I remember this now.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For Manor, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, correct?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scortibello, the female medical examiner who
Okay.
came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but the of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
So professional, right? Every woman he doesn't like has a whack job. Surprised he didn't bust out the C word. Probably was thinking it, though. Probably was thinking it. Ridiculous. And Karen's dad always looks very sharp in court. Yes, he does. He has style. Classic. Actually, I'll say, I think
The
all of
reason
these
you
people are
referred
dressed
to-
usually pretty nice.
Dr. Scortibello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Right?
Sustained.
You rely on her for how
When
many
you
other
referred to-
autopsies? But this
She's
time.
a whack job. Were you referring to Dr. Scortibello?
I don't recall.
You were. Just,
Were you
just,
displeased?
just own it, dude.
With the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation.
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It's a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like what it sounds. Yeah.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2022 2004 at another proceeding. And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Right.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
Exactly, Bobby. Like, of
What's
course,
this for
like,
identification?
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom, what's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for a
I'm sorry,
minute, please?
the face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay,
Got
okay.
it? Within that packet, and we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
what is that supposed to
How
mean?
did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response,
photos?
correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
No, not at all.
Sir.
DeChico then responds,
Disagree.
not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was. That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Okay.
Ultimately, did the doctor
He's not
change
very
her
good
opinion?
at sarcasm.
No.
No.
Nope.
But the
That's not how that
determination
works.
of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway. weren't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the matter, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
yes,
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you
Oh,
aware
did
that there were
she?
texts and calls
Tell us
missing
about it.
from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
Yeah, I'm not that area, no.
Oh, for
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning?
no.
What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebi report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So
Missed it?
as you
Uh-oh.
sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple
skip that
texts and multiple
spot,
phone
like,
calls were
skip the
deleted
page.
from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
You're ridiculous.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Who did?
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Ugh.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
Never.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
It is crazy.
No, it don't.
Bobby. It is crazy. Unacceptable.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone or do the cell phone extraction on it.
I want to ask you about another
didn't read
issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, inflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, not Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Totally.
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
And none of these were recorded, I'm assuming, as well? Like everything else?
You could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III,
All right, thank you.
then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Right, Bobby? Of course, no recordings. It's, what, 2024 at this point in time?
Can you see
Get
that
out of here.
on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G.
babe.
is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to
Yes.
interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer,
saw
about
that
interviewing
guy.
Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Then you
Totally
asked Kevin
normal.
Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Turn to page 2592. Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes,
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered, we did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
Karen looked back at him.
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind?
never.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were?
Typically don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago.
Why not, though?
You said the reason we didn't use the recording room is because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it? That
No,
was your answer, right?
no,
What did you say?
that we didn't use it. You,
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
no, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes. It's been 4 minutes.
No,
You don't remember that?
Wow.
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews.
Why?
With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary, they actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
Drinking, socializing maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So it went beyond professional, right?
It's true.
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Kevin. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a problem
But
for
you
you.
didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, let's look at that.
Sir.
5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes,
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall
July 19th, 2022.
the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right, so what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Answer the question. I think we all know the answer.
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
It's not great.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So, isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after, at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication. Whether he just forgot it, I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser.
It does mean that, sir. It does
Right?
mean that.
From what I
Correct.
remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
So yes.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also
Oh my
texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, see it.
Nora, may I publish?
Yes.
2606, please. Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Couple tonight to make me feel good." End quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection that the two of you had been out drinking the night before? You got so
Has
drunk
Kevin ever been
that he
called to
couldn't
stand?
find his
No?
badge, and he couldn't even find his gun.
Yeah, their definitions of inebriation and friendships is very different.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right. And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
I mean, how else do you get a friendship bracelet with this guy? That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to change gears. Trooper Proctor, you personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to. At the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
If you could take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That a photograph of you. I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I can have this marked and admitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 568.
568? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Read faster, please.
We ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes. First, the clothes on the ground.
I do, yes.
Okay, that
Hello,
appears
Simone.
to be
Welcome.
what?
Welcome.
What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The
So nice to have you
T-shirt,
here.
possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well.
Probably.
Yes.
Okay, and those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants.
Yes,
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
Yes.
Pens, paper?
Correct.
All right. Let me take that down.
It's believed
You indicated
because
that
Karen
you
is unwell
took
today.
possession
Simone.
of those clothing items from Good
Yes.
Samaritan Hospital,
The
correct?
rumor.
Correct. You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them? Correct.
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
Yes.
at the DA's office?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence processing.
I'm going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
when they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper Chico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Who? I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah. So I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as the case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was going to say, what is it?
Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
It's objected to because he doesn't like the
I want to talk
answer.
for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control over?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Should be.
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label is created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secured facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
Well, what happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
This is embarrassing. By the way, that's all standard protocol, guys.
You
in
were
case you're
responsible for
wondering.
seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
Standard. The
And you
basics.
originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
Alarm.com? I've never heard of them before.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
the car was seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one, and that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. Would you
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
I think they also
Yes.
define truth
It was a typo.
differently
So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong,
than
and you got the 6
relationships
wrong.
and
And
inebriation.
those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Okay. Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not
Is
make
there
that call,
not
sir.
An
So who are
MSP
we pointing the
headquarters
finger
or
at?
something?
Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it
Nobody
differently.
knows how this place is run.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it
I
Lieutenant
love
Tully?
Karen's face.
Again, I don't know who
Right?
it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
Got it. You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks. One in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton
Flies.
PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
These people. How do you justify not taking it somewhere else and going to Canton instead, where they have to recuse themselves from the
Trooper
case of what
Proctor,
happened?
you're the lead case officer on this case. That means that you are required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under
290
300.
videos.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Only one
Another
is missing.
140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
Fair trade.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility, 5 videos from CF McCarthy's,
Yes.
4 dash cam videos,
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library,
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Such a mom. Did you do that?
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
Discovered.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
Did you
And
do
that's when you
that?
disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's two different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes. Some,
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looked sort of mainly black and grainy,
yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage? Right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That
If
was
I-
the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video, and then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That
And
was your
those-
testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sally Port camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sally Port, right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. There was this exterior Sally Port video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sally Port. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sally Port, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sally Port? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior.
Exactly.
Does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sally Port garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sally Port, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31, right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sally Port garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're on a house.
I'll see you at sidebar if you want.
Okay, please.
I was almost done eating my sandwich. This is a very inconvenient time for me, Judge Bab. Uno momento, guys. Why? Fast forward
At least
through
it's
this.
better that it's a rewatch.
Right,
So
that's
you
so
just-
true. Oh my gosh. So true. Thank you, City Dispatcher, for watching with us. And by the way, some of your comments, I very much agree too. And that it doesn't really matter at this point whether somebody did it or not.
You are unmuted.
This investigation is a joke.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. You've reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question, because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sally Port is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir. I
Did you
wasn't.
make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
As a matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, like, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video.
Yes.
It was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? Yes. That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back.
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all, so.
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
Yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp in the bottom was inversed? Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Understand.
Okay.
Was it blue?
I believe it was yellow.
Just a moment, Ron.
Yes.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it was wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, it wasn't reversed, the car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side, it wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, jurors.
Well, good news for everybody. Guess what? We don't have to wait. Just a second.
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
We're not going to do that, Judge Beth.
You are.
All right, while I'm fast forwarding through lunch, I want to thank you, new viewers, for being here. Please hit that like button because then it lets everyone know that we're live and watching stuff. Also, feel free to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live, because we go live every morning at 8:30 for Karen Reed, but today there's no court today. So we're here doing this today because me and Annie here did not watch the first trial. So that's why we're going back in time.
I did. This is a refresher.
Okay, let's bring the witness in, please.
All right.
I'm gonna grab something to eat.
That's fine.
All right, Mr.
I just
Jackson,
ate the
whenever you're
breakfast
ready.
sandwich,
Thank you, Your Honor.
so it's hungry.
Triple Proctor, before we broke, we were discussing Sallyport video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
In other words, the font color.
to the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sallyport videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sallyport videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sallyport videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone. Is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means
Yeah.
some
So
way
you-
or another, you could get access to the Ring videos
Correct.
and watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone,
Yes.
which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
You will
it's just
agree, Trooper Proctor,
convenient it's gone.
that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m.
Exactly.
is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Do you recall exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. How does one Ring video disappear from what they say earlier, over 200? And just the most crucial one. God. It's convenient, don't you think?
So many coincidences.
And we know she was there. It's no
If you would
secret
mind
'cause we
taking a
see her
look
backing out.
at the top,
at like
the
5 in the morning.
uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Is he whispering, reading out loud to himself?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Approach.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Trooper Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the Ring video, he indicated taillights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? What's that in reference to?
just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41
It's train
a.m.,
time.
correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times memorializing the
Bye,
times
Shanka.
that were of note
See
to
you later,
you
babe.
in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
We love our liquors too.
The majority of them. We don't every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Punch around me, you know.
Okay.
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3.
Did somebody say last week they might be bringing a ring person in for this trial?
I believe there was a motion
Okay.
by the
that's what it
Commonwealth
was.
to bring in ring.
Oh, the Commonwealth's gonna bring in the ring person. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. They,
How is that gonna help?
you know, because they've got to defend the. Come on now. I've been telling you from the beginning, he's a defense attorney for the
That's
Commonwealth.
true. He is a defense attorney for the
Trooper,
Commonwealth.
do you have those
Facts.
events in mind?
Facts.
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes.
Oh.
We have many dates from Ring Video, so I
Oh.
don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well,
Mr.
you're
I don't
aware that
Evidence
the
law.
video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through Ring for months,
No.
as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
No, it's not. We
So-
saw it. Didn't we?
At some
Did we see that in
point-
the trial?
While this footage
May I
was
pull
in
that?
Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again.
Because they don't really look at it all that
Yes, sir.
much. Or maybe it was her family when afterwards. Ah, crap. I don't remember.
The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 on January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, with an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton,
No, not at
Just
all.
the whack job.
not family,
That's all.
not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
Whack job C word.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Miss Reed
Objection.
at any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we followed the facts and evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Miss Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over today.
Ooh,
Is that
more.
right? On February 4th, 2022?
Let's read them.
Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
Jackson's like, I know
you.
exactly.
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is a triple F, as in Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
It's text time. What awful things did you say this time,
Yes, sir.
Proctor?
You see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, "I didn't give my."
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor.
yes.
2526, Mr. Bates. On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael," meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
Oh, no. Oh, that's bad. This is with his sister? All right, hold on. I'm going, guys. Oh, gosh. This fucking guy.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor, "I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me."
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, "Hopefully she kills herself," correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
So
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
what?
No.
right?
No, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation,
What?
had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Whoa,
Did you
dude.
believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, "All the powers that be want answers ASAP." That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Julie Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser when after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, "make this cut and dry" because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats this morning.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing, in their words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret it as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I had said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Not a figure of
Let's
speech.
talk about your figures of speech. During
Thank
the
you,
course of your
Jason.
investigation, your figures of speech include the following.
Tell him.
She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Classy.
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Classy.
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree,
Those are
Trooper
just-
Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I would say based off that language,
You're a scumbag. Oh, I'm sorry. You're a
Yes.
shitbag.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elder had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than that.
That's all I have.
Oh, you guys.
Mr. Lally?
Thank
Oh
you.
my gosh, you guys. Thank you. If you're newly watching right now, please like this video, subscribe. What a very exciting day. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That freaking guy. Oh my gosh. He's the worst.
Good afternoon, sir.
How long is he going to be on with Raleigh? That's okay. You know what? We'll keep watching, guys. Why not? I know I said we were just going to do cross, but
Now,
we got time.
when you had started with cross-examination the other day, you were asked some questions about whether or not
Oh, yeah.
in
We'll be
August
fine.
of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no
Okay.
basis or no facts for these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity,
Look who
not
else
just
we
by
have,
me, but my
guys.
supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there, and instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, oh no. He's never got a bad complaint in his entire career. Get out of here.
I
But
mean,
he just got fired. So, I think he probably.
he gives all law enforcement a bad name because he actually says he does stuff with honesty, integrity, and he does the opposite.
He doesn't know what those words mean.
And the fact
Well,
that
he
his
said on the stand
wife
he didn't know what it meant.
backed him up and said everybody was being mean to him, I
That
think
blows
they're a
my
perfect
mind.
couple.
Ma'am.
Crazy. Are they still arguing? Oh, there we go. Lily's back here. Oh, no, he's not. Psych out.
Jasmine is hiding from me and will not come in my office because I've been yelling at my computer as I was typing up the survey for you, Llama, and
I
she
love
growled
that.
at me and left.
Oh,
Like,
Like,
it's too
I'm out of
much.
here.
I'm not so
Oh my
lucky.
goodness. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to phone. See, there he's back on the
Oh.
stand.
They were-
And then you guys go
My
ahead.
troublemaker is being good today. She's
Aw.
just sleeping. She's cute.
Okay.
And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Trooper Proctor, let me try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Yannet, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022. Why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the integrity of this investigation as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Okay, buddy.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Agree, Simone.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you, at any point in time, ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection. The form? Meeting. In that form, it's stricken. You're not allowed to ask it that way, Mr. Lally.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers in your office?
From the start of this investigation with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th, 2022,
Yes.
was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation
Oh, I hate those lawyers that are
indicated
what,
that
if any?
anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, chat, I'm going to put up a poll because Proctor's almost over. Do you guys
Sir,
want to
I'm
watch
giving you
Trooper
01562,
Trooper
63, and
Paul's
64.
testimony
That's
from the
where you
first
go.
trial? I hear it's pretty. I hear it's a doozy. We haven't seen it, but I'm going to put up a poll and you guys let us know because I mean we got all the hours, so somehow I'll put up a poll here.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Lally?
1, 5, 6, 2, 6, 3, and 6, 4, I believe.
I think everybody just wants me to be mad and ragey all day, which is fine.
It's fun that way.
All right. Okay. Poll is coming, friends. Poll is coming. Yes or no?
Oh, Bobby B, tell me more about the web show or share the link.
There you go. There's a poll for you guys. You let us know how you want to go today. And while we're waiting, if you're new here, if you could like the video, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss when we go live covering the regular days of Karen Reed. Still waiting on updates to see if it's only today's canceled or if the rest of the week will be. We're unsure. So when we find out, we'll let you all know. Oh, come on. Read a little faster.
He's having trouble reading it because he's going, oh, shit.
Probably. Get some more coffee.
Now, Trooper, after reviewing those 3 pages, is there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both the McCabe's and the Alphas, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being the McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. Al was involved anyway. Like I said before, from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight, and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dighton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
Now, if at any point in time over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Abbott was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection. Then we'll allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that.
Regardless of his position, correct?
Regardless of what he does for a profession.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. You, document I showed you the other day, do you recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
And sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Yes, sir.
You were asked some questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, "They arrived at house together," correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29th, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group, that text message?
The message reads, "They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left."
And so that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Confirm that's sustained.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn it?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just to retrieve. Now, you were asking questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Miss Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as far as what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
No, not at all.
Now, specifically, you were asked some questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper DeChico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
It's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection. Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Cold trial.
And the poll chat has spoken.
Yes.
We will be watching Trooper
And are
Paul's
you aware of certain
testimony
witnesses
after
that
this.
testified at the grand jury?
Objection.
I hear it's a doozy.
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
And so falls to reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not know, correct?
Objection. Sustained. Watch your form, Mr. Mallon.
Certainly are. How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asked some questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, had you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that. That's kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
Okay.
I believe I had reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022, correct?
yeah,
So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with
Your
Julie
name,
Albert
Sally
after that
Port
interview
Ghost.
on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the
Yeah.
serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about
Why?
text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th
Could be. I've seen that before.
throughout at least January, February of 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her, if any?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
Now, you were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And
Lily's
so
voice
she's
is
asking
so.
you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained is to your form. Watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Lally, as your witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with your sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that in jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take
I'll allow it.
I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned, I believe on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide a week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
And as far as What, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
Yeah, we knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not cross paths.
Now, Mr. Jackson was asking about some people as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only 1 person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Does that math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, to your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
And why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
So they had left 34 Fairview like Colin Albert prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Objection. Sustained is that form.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Yeah, why?
Colin was falsely accused of
Objection.
Of what?
Can you answer that same question Mr. Lally asked you differently?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead and answer it. To
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down, and get his story, his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Allie McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
That is
We're asking
irony.
questions about
Buffy.
Miss McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone abstractions and what different material may mean within a Cellbrite abstraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from
That's
Trooper
Brahms.
Nicholas
Welcome.
Marino, a Ms.
You've come to
Jessica
the right
Hyde, and a
place.
Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do not, correct?
Objection.
Form of the question is sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Cellbrite or cell phone technology that you do not have?
Objection.
Allowing it under building.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
You are
Oh, okay. Well, we're almost wrapping up Proctor, guys. I don't think he's on the stand for a whole lot longer. And then we're going to be watching Trooper Paul's testimony from the first trial. Thank you all for the new joiners. Please make sure you like this video and subscribe and hit the notification bell because we're watching the trial live. Well, not today, obviously, because there's no court, but every day we're here.
what you meant.
Oh,
They
yeah.
have got to put him on the stand this trial. They have got to, because I want to see how he changes his information.
I think the defense is certainly
Oh.
going to call him. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Here we go, guys.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let me rephrase that just a little. As far as you're aware that Trooper Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen have all looked at Ms. McCabe's Cellbrite and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas
I
exceeds
think at
your
least
own,
a
correct?
month. Another
Yes.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Albert, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to, a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we were working together.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
City dispatcher.
Presenting you the document I did the other day. You recognize that?
Yes,
Sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stand pages of 2600 and 2601.
rehomed.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regard
It's a riot.
activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date,
Where he lost
where
his
did the
badge
two
and
of you
gun.
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, do you recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602. And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I informed Kevin Albert I had located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
So you're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
They don't have that much kind of a relationship, you guys. They just get drunk
I
and drive
approach this
around
with you, Your
together.
Honor.
Yes.
It's fine.
Go to the on person business.
To review you were asked some questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app on his phone or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected
will be watching
videos
Trooper
to be,
Paul here pretty
specifically,
shortly.
what I'm asking about is Miss Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
Oh, you had to
You were
lead
looking
him
for
into
additional
the.
information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
Additional video.
Now, you were asked some questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
And as far as that 0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper Chico could answer for.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, you were asked some questions about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Objection. Sustained is to the form.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
And as far as your time at the home indicting the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to
Yes. Thank you.
those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sallyport garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or you were aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle?
Correct, yes.
And you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a taillight.
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes.
And that included firefighter Formati,
We
Correct.
love our snacks.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes.
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes.
The defendant
Yes.
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
So you're aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
Yes.
And you're aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to the troopers in regard to what they had observed that morning?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
You can ask that differently, Mr. Lally.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him. I see him." And Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Miss Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
Never mind, we're going to look for a missing
Now, were
person.
you
but-
aware from your conversation with
What are we
firefighter
doing here?
Formati
Okay.
that the defendant had stated, I hit him, in the presence of firefighter Formati earlier that morning?
Yes.
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her being or getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on, subsequent interviews.
Happy to have you. Hey, Nickety. Well, that's fun to see.
So at the time that you're sending these text communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022, what is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. It went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Buchanan and I. Yeah.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Yeah, you've got to watch the form, Mr. Llama, it's sustained.
The time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
And then came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor. So you think that your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car gave you license to call her a cunt,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
right?
Oh, back just in time
Bring
for
that
the
back
C word.
around.
Based on the evidence, sir, then my motions got the best of me. So it was in poor taste. Yes, it was it was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my motions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes,
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked, right?
that's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained,
From jump,
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
sustained, same question.
from rip. Isn't that what he said?
Thought it was a good one the first time.
Rip.
So the fact that you believed personally that your narrative was that she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
By the way, I do have a storm that's rolling in right now, just in case I
You indicated
disappear. You all know what will happen.
on cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Miss Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes,
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
after.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes.
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else?
Thank you.
All right, Trooper, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jurors.
Well, thank you for that. Okay, kiddos. Here's what we're going to do real quick. Everybody stay with us. Go take a bathroom break if you need to. All right, we got a few minutes. I'm going to get Trooper Paul's testimony up and going. So give me just a few minutes. Anybody need to take a bathroom break? Go for
Maybe.
it. Maybe, probably you. Again, we want to thank all the new people for being here. We have a very lively live chat feel free to participate in.
do.
They're all very friendly and wonderful. Also, if you
Trooper
haven't yet,
Paul
like, share, all that jazz.
is by far the best.
Is by far the best.
Oh my God, he's so cringy. But like, I felt bad for him. I felt so bad for him. But like,
Yeah.
also, I can't believe he said that out loud on, I don't know.
What do you guys think? Do you guys think that defense? So we know for a fact prosecution is not calling Proctor. They're not. They're not calling him for this trial. Do you guys think that defense is going to? Panel and chat, what do y'all think?
I think they need to. I mean, I think it's kind of like the cherry on top of everything we've already heard.
I don't think it can hurt their case to call him.
Mm-mm.
Trooper, what's his name? Joseph.
I mean,
Not at all.
the thing that kills me, because I was doing some side goog, how Proctor's wife is not furious with him for talking about a female that way. Because I have to tell you, my husband and I would be having a serious conversation.
I'm still trying to figure out what a side goog was. I just figured
Oh, Google, sorry.
it took me a minute. I was like, what is this side
Side
goog?
Googling. But
I got it.
wouldn't you, with your men, wouldn't you be upset to find out that they're talking to their friends that way?
Believe me, I will take Elbow Feet's side a lot of times, but when he's wrong, I don't. And then he gets mad about it. He's like, but you're supposed to. I was like, not when you're being an idiot. I'm not going to. Sorry. But like,
No.
I wouldn't want you to do that for me too, either. Like, I don't know. But people are different. Their, expectations.
I mean, the C word isn't the worst part because I have a lot of British coworkers. They say the C word all the time. I've gotten more used to it. But talking about leaking body parts, she's hot. Nope. That is just disrespectful.
It is. It is very disrespectful. And again, this is, I know you're talking to your friends, but like you also said similar things to your sister. He's just a garbage person. Okay. This is what he thought he was saying when nobody was looking. I mean, we all said some not great things, sure, but like, bro. Wow. We're also not investigating murders, so.
He's
What,
a
Bethany?
garbage person, but I do think he came across less, what is the word? Buchanan was worse.
Evasive.
I mean,
agree.
yeah, he was
Yeah,
very
Proctor was-
combative,
Yeah,
and you
Buchanan.
could,
Agree.
yeah, Buchanan. I'm not going to say the other word that they call him, but
I think
you know
Proctor
what I'm talking about.
believes he did nothing wrong. He truly believes that, so he doesn't feel the need to be so defensive.
Yeah, Buchanan was very he was very pushback on the defense a lot. And you could tell that when he was talking to the prosecution, he was firing off those dates. He suddenly he was firing and recalling. And then when you switch back over to defenses, it was just, I know that happens with a lot of witnesses, but it was extremely noticeable with him, very noticeable.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. So I have Trooper Paul ready to go. Before I do, I just put a link in the chat. So for all of our shows here on TCWT Media, we're putting out surveys for feedback, all feedback, good or bad, just so we know that our viewers are getting what they want out of the show. So if you have a minute, even if you're new, guys, this is your first day, we're kind of new too. Couch Court is a pretty new show. So your feedback is super appreciated. So we know that we're giving you what you guys want to see. Okay, because I mean, sure, we like to do our own things, but you guys are really the reason we're here. So it would be very helpful. Again, even if you're new here, your opinions matter to us. Okay, are you all ready to get into Trooper Paul? Because I guess I am. I guess I should have checked. Do I have more wine left? Is it midday Moscato time? I think it might be.
Get your circus music ready for the background.
Oh,
That's all I'm
gosh.
gonna say.
It's a
Yeah.
And on that survey, they are anonymous just so everybody knows,
Oh,
because I know people
yes.
were thinking that it's anonymous and you can only do it one time. Your computer will stop you from doing it again. I tested it.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that for us. I forgot that part. But yeah, if you guys could do that, super help. All right, you guys, let's get into Trooper
it.
freaking Paul, okay? Let's go. This is only about 2 hours, you guys, right? Is this? Yeah,
I
it's about
wish I
2
could
hours. So.
drink. God, I wish I could drink for this guy.
Oh my gosh, my thunder is
Harry,
crazy.
did you watch Trooper Paul?
I did.
Okay.
I did see him. And he
Yeah.
is, I don't know, he's just nasty. There's something about him.
Oh, I
I
felt so sorry for him.
I mean,
Maybe
I
I'm
feel
just a-
sorry for him. Well, no, I don't feel sorry for him. I'm sorry. I can't. There's just something about him that rubs me the wrong way. I wouldn't want to be in a room alone with him.
Mm,
And I don't know
interesting.
why I get that vibe.
I don't know. I guess
But I
I
was
just felt bad
in
for
the
him 'cause he
hospital
was-
when I watched it before, so maybe it was the pain meds. So I'm kind of excited to see it today without pain meds.
Okay, I'll have to get your feedback whenever we're finished because I wonder if it's awful the second time around as it was the first time around. So
Well, I guess we're
Okay.
about to find out. Let's find out, shall we, guys? All right, let's go. All right. There's Mr. Reed, looking dapper as ever. Oh,
Just always let the other state report and jury in the case now and here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
okay.
I do.
Good morning, Trooper.
Does he have hat sunburn? Or like a hat tan?
Yes. Yes, he does. That's what he was laughing
All right,
about,
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could, just again, please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's P-A-U-L.
Oh, this is direct. Wait, is
And
this?
sir, if I could just take you back.
Oh, no, it's all
to
of
a
it.
couple
I'm sorry,
different
guys.
Portions of your testimony from Friday. With respect to the acceleration and braking tests that you conducted in the driveway area or outside of the Camden Police Department, was that before or after Ms. Hartnett from Crime Scene Services section had processed the vehicle?
After.
And so as far as anything that was removed by her, that was done prior to you conducting any of your tests, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you've investigated approximately 191 crashes over your time with the cars unit with the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you just some general questions with regard to a number of those crashes have involved motor vehicles, collisions with other motor vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Now, in general terms, with respect to motor vehicle collision, what, if any, you talked a little bit last week about sort of area of impact and point of impact, correct?
Correct.
Really
Now-
cool, Simone.
That's with regard to the roadway, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So with regard to the vehicles coming in contact with each other, what, if anything, regarding damage would you expect or anticipate based on your experience in general terms when vehicles come in contact or touch with each other in a collision sequence?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it. In general terms, what do you look for?
So we look, well, it's 2 times of damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's an induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we are looking for what's called as contact damage. And the induced damage is basically, start from the beginning. So contact damage is the damage that is actually made direct contact with another vehicle. And induced damage is the damage that did not make direct contact. So for example, if you push in one piece of metal to make contact, the rest of the metal will make a rippling effect that would be more called induced damage.
And just again, in general
ever
terms, as far
testified
as
before?
vehicles coming in contact with each other in a collision sequence, what, if anything, would you expect or anticipate based on your experience to sort of transfer from one vehicle to another event?
It's possible when you transfer, you can have paint transfers that come from one vehicle to another. You got tire rub off that go from one vehicle to another. Scratches that would come from one vehicle to another.
And again, sir, just in general terms, when it comes to vehicles interacting with each other in a collision sequence, what, if any, role does the respective heights of those vehicles play in respect to contact damage or inducement?
Yeah, it depends on their heights and how they relate to each other. So that kind of shows if one vehicle is taller, one smaller, it's going to show where the contact damage would be from one vehicle to another based on their height.
So based on respective heights, contact or induced damage could be in a different location from a bigger vehicle to a smaller vehicle.
Stop
correct?
breathing in the mic.
Correct.
Now, if I could turn you back to the text stream analysis that you conducted with respect to the defendant's vehicle. Now,
I was gonna say, that's not us, y'all.
there were two events that occurred.
There you go. Maybe.
Forgive me. On that 12629 miles beat, there were two events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it what is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those two events, being the 3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet, where did those occur within the travel path of the defendant's vehicle?
So the first one, where the 3-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly on to, it was a Cedar Crest, which, because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit to Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest. And that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
And so that reversed 24.2 miles per hour for 60 some odd feet. Where would that have occurred geographically from your review of the odometer reading?
It should occur probably on Fairview.
Now, sir, based on the totality of your analysis and your investigation in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to how this collision sequence occurred or how this crash occurred?
Yes. Should I go my report for that, or should you want me to just kind of go off the?
Asking to look at your report?
I can't even right now.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. We continue.
If you could, please.
Okay.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to through the course of your investigation?
So on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45.
So you can look at your report, but you can't read your report.
I'm
So
reading my conclusions based on what they asked me to do. Okay.
yeah. So I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. So just take your time, read your report, and then answer Mr. Lally,'s
like, "You breathe
question. And
more
if you
than
need
I
to look at your
sigh
report, we'll
into
see
the
about that again.
microphone."
All right.
Ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to how this collision occurred?
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX570 was traveling southbound on Fairview Road, in area 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah.
It appears that.
So,
Sorry, I'm trying to oppose it.
you know what? Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask
Yes, please.
simple questions so that the witness can answer your questions. We don't need a narrative.
From your investigation, what, if any,
already so
conclusions
bad.
did you come to as to where this collision occurred?
So, all right. So on the night of Saturday, January 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours, a 2021 Lexus LX570.
Could you slow down, sir?
So, yes.
So forget all that part,
Okay.
Trooper.
All
Just
right.
answer the question.
Okay.
Where did it occur?
It occurred in the area 34 Fairview Road.
And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision sequence?
The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the pedestrian was John O'Keefe.
And where was the vehicle located in reference to the residents of 34 Fairview Road?
It was located along the southbound travel lane and to the left side of the house as you look at it from the front.
And as far as the vehicle, what, if any, directionality did it head in, and what, if any, interaction did it have with Mr. O'Keefe?
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse, along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
And how fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance?
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
And at the time that the vehicle was traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what, if anything, occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe.
And post-collision, what, if anything, occurred with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was projected forward and to the left along the front yard of 34 Fairview Road.
And post-collision with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did the defendant's vehicle do?
The Lexus continued traveling in reverse before they left the area.
Now, as far as the vehicle itself, from your inspection, what, if any, role did any mechanical aspects of the vehicle play in this collision?
There were no mechanical defects.
And as far as your analysis of the roadway and other factors related to that, what, if any, role did they play in this collision sequence?
There were no roadway or environmental factors that contribute to this collision.
Now, sir, with respect to your investigation, what, if any, opinions did you draw based on your training and experience in regard to this collision and how it occurred?
May I look at my report real quick? Just make sure.
Yes.
I can't
Thank
with you guys. I just can't.
So throughout my investigation, this appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at a higher acceleration when. Sorry.
It's okay, buddy.
I'm feeling a little sorry for
The
you
vehicle
now.
accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene.
And with respect to the backup safety system that you observed in this vehicle and made use of in the course of your visibility analysis, what, if any, role is it your opinion that played in how this crash occurred?
Based on the visibility analysis. So even if the camera systems were covered in snow, even the systems were defective anyway, and even the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked. If they didn't work, they would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Now, with respect to your observations during the course of the visibility analysis, the exemplar pedestrian that you placed in the right rear of the vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time that you conducted that visibility analysis?
Yes, it was.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
Thank you.
That was it? That's all he has to ask.
That was your reconstructionist.
In the scientific discipline of
20 minutes,
mathematics.
right? 20 minutes?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
Okay.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
Multiple classes.
They introduced the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics for the jurors.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
In physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects, systems of objects, how they move, and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with the motions.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity.
Correct.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Correct.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry of motion? Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path?
Free movement, correct?
Correct.
Can you remember that from your class?
For the most part, we don't go that in depth, constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? The motions of these points, systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
Or did you learn in class?
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that fact, or you based that rather opinion, on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said it was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian striker striking something else. I do go on my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry, I can barely.
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say
Definitively, yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down and speak up, okay?
All right.
You just said, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, and I apologize.
Okay.
You said you cannot say definitively that that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific points, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes.
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
Correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes.
snow on the trees,
Yes.
snow on the roadway.
Yes.
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
In a way.
And obviously, there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitely say it.
Right. So every
This
time
is guy.
somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area of impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier, it's that linear. We're throwing that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach on just for,
Okay.
so you can see it.
Oh, goodness. Oh,
Your Honor, may we publish
this is so hard.
exhibit 587?
Yes.
Diagram 3. Okay. Sir, you see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away.
Finally, a
Just let me
diagram.
know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Donna, can we have exhibit 492 published for the journal, please?
Okay.
While that's coming up,
We'll be here.
have you ever seen this?
No, I haven't.
Take a look just above the arrow. Your Honor, with the court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
Right underneath the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
A piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit
Yes.
87,
Okay.
diagram 3? You see the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
That is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now, your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact where the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you,
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
in fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic B, correct?
I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and where that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact. I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path. because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony
Same
is that's
debris.
not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said it's after that.
Trooper, we were all here on Friday.
Okay.
That's exactly what you said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Objection. Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe? The point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of
That's
it.
what I was hearing.
I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of, that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, if you have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry, I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now, sir.
Now you're aware that there's a piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday, was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway, and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection. Ask it differently.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection. Sustained.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
Taking a look at exhibit 279, I want to draw your attention to that piece right there, okay, of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
Looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and black on the top part.
Okay, maybe in a triangular shape, is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to, with the court's permission, exhibit 492,
Okay.
and highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go, with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second, I think we
Okay.
just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, it's diagram 3. Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now, the fire hydrant now, the point of impact?
No.
Where is the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact.
So you don't know the area of impact?
I said the area of impact is along the roadway after the debris.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing it would change, only thing it would change is maybe it's a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. You kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
Well, if the point of impact is along the roadway, where along the roadway, if you can show the jurors, where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, was the point of impact?
It should be within, if you follow from pedestrian's final rest here, just kind of follow it back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can't.
So now you've indicated an area, if I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know, definitely there's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Okay. Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, is the area of impact?
Do you have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
So what I'm trying to say is, so we follow the linear path back around this area.
Okay, can you?
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can. Follow back to here. I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area there, just I want to be very clear for the record that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3.
It's
Shut up.
you'd use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
Sorry.
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right. It's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch. Can't see it. So say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet. Going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet. My mistake.
I was okay.
I was terrible. 20 feet. Thank you. All right, so if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted to the pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this. Also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50.
Okay.
This is like if
Five
I
zero.
tried to
Five
do
zero.
math,
So would you
because
agree
I'm not good at
that
it.
from
Then
this
you wouldn't
X
be an expert
down
witness.
here,
I could if I worked for Massachusetts State
pedestrian's
Police,
final
ma'am.
rest, that's crow flies. That's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale. But there's me as a scale.
If you wouldn't mind. You need a piece of paper?
Yes, please.
Oh boy.
Court's permission?
Okay.
Just a blank piece of paper.
I think I know why they're not calling him in the second trial.
Thank you. Yes,
Wait,
thank you.
whose witness list is he on? Hold
You need a pen?
on.
I got one. Thank you.
Oh, he's on both of their witness lists.
It's a little around. It's approximately 30 feet.
We're up approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances? in the courtroom?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, and I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now, in answer to Mr. Lally,'s last couple of questions, that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck pedestrian John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Which, if he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, he'd have to sort of fly there, correct? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time, or?
Well, you tell me. You're the expert.
I mean, when we say projected, we mean he gets projected, and they usually have a landing phase, and they land, and they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay. How far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Was there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up in his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion, you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I'm saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
That he held on to the whole time while he's flying.
Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went
And his phone.
with him to the final rest.
So it's just common sense. You have to believe that it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time he was being projected 30 feet, correct?
It could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing. Did
you say tucked into?
I mean, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things when they're hit.
Yes, not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find a piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing?
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said what I'm just responding to what you said. And trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't, but I'll ask another question.
He made $130,000 last year, Nikki.
Right?
The taxpayers
Yes, but it's
paid
very
him
common for
this.
shoes to come off.
How about his cell phone?
Cell phone? Yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it is.
It was under his body.
Okay.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto his cell phone with one hand and held onto the cup with the other.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well,
Ask it
recreates.
differently.
If his cell phone was found under his torso, under his body, what's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with him?
It just did.
It just
did. And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body so he landed on top of it.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments, so disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it again.
I love you, Mr.
So
Jackson.
You understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, Your Honor. Cell phone in one hand, cup in the other hand, flew through the air, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I know. That's good for me.
You were informed
I did
of this
so.
incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
yes,
At the time, you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
yes,
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
the mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes,
if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
no, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays, sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you would do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have Sally ports for that.
Oh,
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced-in area inside
job,
the.
guys.
It's a fenced-in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while. Then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location at MSP?
Yes.
Does that have Sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But it's,
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know that it could be used.
Sorry.
Sorry, you know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you'd want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
so from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yep.
all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, right?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you pass by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's far to Canton,
From Dighton, yes.
right? And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming correct, the 34 Fairview,
Yes. Yes, I have.
and you've been to Canton PD,
Yes, I have.
you know that those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you given your instructions by?
Instructions for what?
Reconstruct this incident.
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer, is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that, yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse, it's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff, yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like, which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning,
Yep.
who gave you the summary?
The summary of the whole entire, of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary, like, that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved, that this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
My question is this. When you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
he gave me information, yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved, the vehicle pedestrian incident, car was going in reverse, and ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase, yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next, keep going. He's answering. Next question. Then
You guys
go
how
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
All
your
right.
question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is,
I
right?
saw it on Court TV.
Yes.
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
Correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes.
Shopping cart can bounce off the back of the car and scratch the bumper, or scratch the side of the car, quarter panel or something, right?
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Oh, jeez,
Well,
buddy.
Do you have
Buddy.
any evidence whatsoever that you can point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second. Because
Okay.
when you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, let's see if I can find it exactly. You said, quote, the dent and scratches for his hand could be, those are consistent with striking the Lexus. Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of
Defense money.
the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about? The scratch inside the bumper that we've been talking about?
correct.
Okay,
That's what I'm
no.
talking about. Okay. Is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
By
If
scientific.
you go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there. It's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you could engage in to date that scratch, could you?
Objection. So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection. I'll allow it.
Nothing more.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say. You can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would came from.
But you are saying it was, though.
And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No.
Oh,
That's not possible.
what?
The ones that are on from the taillight and the other parts of it.
Scratches anywhere on the car.
Depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date the scratch, it's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. It's a simple question, right? It's possible.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
I'm not being brought it. Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it again. Is it possible that any or all of the scratches that are noted on that car predate January 29th?
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car
Answer that question.
that it predate.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean
Overruled. So can you answer that question?
no.
This guy.
Testify that you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
Correct.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, could be matched to a cup?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the
Thank you for
bumper
being here,
do
Angela.
not match the cup, did that change your opinion
Love it.
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says it's glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. No, yeah, I can see by crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Wait, what?
it was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
Just stop talking. Don't say anything else.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that
Sir.
those pieces of glass on the bumper were somehow associated with the cup?
No,
Just the crime scene told you.
correct.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect, and in fact those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
No, we're just answering the
Objection.
case.
I'll allow that. Can you answer
None
that
of us are
question?
from Massachusetts. We just watch
No.
trials for fun.
I'm
Like
sorry.
nerds.
No,
I don't. It's glass from a cup. It's glass. It's not. It doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
But if I told you it didn't match that cup,
What?
your opinion.
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
I did
Are we
match
talking?
the
Which cup are we? We never established which cup we're talking about.
How many cups have we been talking about, Trooper?
You said that cup. One at the, from the scene. Okay.
That cup? I'm talking.
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here. On the clear what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Really sure.
All I said,
It was found next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
yes.
Okay. That's the cup. When I say cup, that's the cup.
Okay.
Not the solo
Would it
ones.
change your opinion if I told you that the glass pieces on the bumper don't match that cup?
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I had. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not glass from the car. That was my opinion on it. I
A
never
plate
said
could
it
be
matched to
glass.
the scene.
You didn't.
I never said that in my thing. I said it's glass from a cup.
Okay.
Okay.
It's safe to say you didn't do any testing.
What
to
else is
determine
there
the
to say?
forces necessary to shatter a taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, right?
I did not do testing.
Your report indicates, we've talked about this a little bit. I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. Your report indicates that John O'Keefe came into his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
You should say that again.
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who
Oh.
told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher, Paul Gallagher, Captain PT. He told me this is where the body was found. So I used my devices
he's reliable.
to mark that location.
Okay,
That
but,
guy.
but before you used your devices, he just pointed someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
That's correct.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that Lieutenant Gallagher never saw John O'Keefe in place at the scene? Did he say that?
No.
So, sir,
Did
are
Lieutenant
you a
Gallagher
useful
tell you
idiot?
that
I think you are.
the first officer on the scene estimated his body at being approximately 15 to 20 feet from the roadway?
No.
Guys did.
If he had told you that, then it changed your diagram?
Objection.
Overruled.
He told me this is where he's found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
And you marked basically every other piece of item, sorry, that was a terrible question. Every other item you marked based on a distance from where you were told John O'Keefe's body came to rest, correct?
Yes.
Again, that was by Lieutenant Gallagher just
I
pointing
gotta
at
go
the
get something
ground.
to drink. Don't
saying
say
it was about
anything
here.
stupid.
Correct.
Until I get back.
Was there a single member of the team that was out when you were being shown where the body came to rest? Was there a single member of that team who actually said they saw John O'Keefe's body in place?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What do you mean team? Canton PD?
Whoever was there, who was there with you when you started doing your measurements, and et cetera? Or Fairview?
I said Lieutenant Gallagher. That too.
Just you and him?
And myself and I was training a trooper at the time. She was there.
You were training a trooper at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just, my mistake. I assumed that there were several people out there. It was just you and Lieutenant Gallagher.
Yes, that's why I was confused by the team.
All right. And again, Lieutenant Gallagher didn't tell you that he never saw John O'Keefe's body in place.
No, I don't think so.
You did document in your report that the items that you noted on your diagram that we just looked at a few minutes ago, those were found by the CERT team, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated in your report that the members of the CERT team located a single Nike sneaker that's noted on your report. Is that right? On your
Correct.
diagram, rather.
Yes.
You also indicated that, quote, in the same area, 2 red plastic pieces and 1 clear piece of plastic of a taillight was discovered.
Yes.
So your report is clear that in total, the items discovered by the CERT team on January 29th were a shoe, right?
Yes.
A partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, it was that on there. I can't remember if that's on their diagram or if that's what I was told at the scene, but yes.
Sure.
Yes.
You knew that a cup was found?
Yes.
Or you were told a cup was found?
Yes.
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
Yes.
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
You then measured those items, is that right?
I didn't. What do you mean measure them? Like
Measured
at
them
this?
relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest. 10 feet from it, 12 feet from it, we're gonna go over those numbers.
Yes, I used their report to place those items onto my diagram.
So, I'm going to get to that question in just a second. I want to make sure that we walk through it sort of methodically. You then use some calculation, some tool or something to measure distances. Like there's where I assume John O'Keefe's body was. Here's a final rest place. I'm going to use that as point A, and then I'm going to measure from there and go 7 feet to where the shoe was found, or the first red plastic piece was found, or whatever, right?
Yes.
Who told you where the pieces were found?
They were in Lieutenant Tolley's report. He put measurements in his report.
Okay. And you noted that the shoe was 9 feet.
Yes.
And you put that in your diagram.
Oh, we're back
Correct.
to breathing on the
You noted
microphone
that the
again.
glass cup was 1 foot from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
1 foot is about that long, right?
Yes. It was. They basically said it was found next to him.
Right.
Yes.
A piece of red plastic 7 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
A clear plastic piece 10 feet from John O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
And a red plastic piece 12 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
Like center of mass.
So he's 6'2".
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you where his center mass was?
No, I measured from. He just said he was here, so I tried to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately, because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess where the body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no photographs of John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots, and there were no perspective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning this is relative to that, and I can measure that and figure out distances, correct?
What, like from a picture?
Yeah, so you know how that's done in science, right? You want to find out a relative position of something, so you take 2 or 3 or 4 shots. You know that something is never going to move, like, I don't know, a flagpole. You can measure from there.
Sure.
So
You get
snarky.
cross coordinates, right?
Sure.
Left and right, and where the 2 coordinates match, that's where the item is, right?
Correct.
None of that was done, right?
From the pictures?
None of that was done to do your measurements.
I used the measurements from. I measured on my diagram in itself, and I measured from those points off my diagram.
Right, Trooper, but the starting point was a guess, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have to sort of guess at where you thought John O'Keefe's body was?
I didn't guess where his body was.
Did you guess at his center of mass?
Objection.
Did you guess?
I did not guess.
Next
Guess
question.
We're just taking their words for it. It's fine, guys. It's fine.
Trust me, bro.
You didn't have to guess the crime scene
that you-
spoke to him, you guys.
Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel. Well, let me ask you a different question. If I could withdraw that question with the court's permission.
Yes.
Your diagram has all those arrows pointing at specific locations. Very, very specific. Very thin arrows point, correct?
Yes.
If you start off with an incorrect assumption about where John O'Keefe's body was, right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was, every single item that you note on that diagram would then be off as well, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Is that true?
I mean, I guess hypothetically, depends on how off you want to be.
But the answer is yes, correct?
Hypothetically.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel on January 29th based on what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said that it's, quote, it's likely that the two events, meaning the triggering events, occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
The first triggering event was what? Was it a 3-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say both.
I guess it would be more, 3-point turns, essentially, I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, did you say U-turn on Friday? Because I could have sworn I heard that.
It could have been a U-turn. I mean, it's still turning around. So you had to make a U-turn when that's a 3-point turn or not.
Those are
but
two
it's still
different turning
Okay, but,
around.
I mean, not to be picky, but sort of my job.
okay.
A U-turn is traveling in one direction. Turning, right? Turning the wheel, never changing gear, and it's reverse or anything, just turning, right? A 3-point turn requires moving forward, stopping, changing gears, moving backward, stopping, changing gears, using a steering input, and then moving off, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are two very different maneuvers, right? You agree?
It's, in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say, when they made a U-turn, it's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn. And I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around. And obviously the diagram, or the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Well, I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That would be a better way to say it, yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn? Which is it?
It's a 3-point turn.
Okay. Because you have evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Let's get back to
They didn't
the
even
path
told
of
us the
travel
theory
when you
yet.
began your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was that day?
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
And what did Trooper
Reliable.
Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel specifically? A starting point and an ending point? Tell you the exact path Lexus traveled.
No, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay, so if you've got 2 points on a map, and Trooper Proctor told you Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
You picked one of those, right?
Love that.
The path of travel includes freeways, etc., right?
Yes.
But as you sit here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was, because it could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I gave a range on my diagram.
Thank you, Amos.
Do you have
Congratulations
any
to our lucky new
scientific
members.
evidence to establish what her actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
I got the addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and then one of the possibilities of 36 miles, and that was after looking at all of them, at 36 miles is a possibility.
Right, understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. There was 36 miles,
Mhm.
one route of travel, right?
Correct.
There were other possibilities, right?
Yes.
So between and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of had to guess. And there's no science to it. You just said, I'm going to pick that and put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that worked.
Okay, why don't you tell me how that works?
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download and the time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from Ms. Reed's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to do cell phone extractions.
So that answers my next question. You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
No.
You did attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Lauper, right?
Yes.
I want to be clear for the jurors because most people have probably never heard of key cycles. A key cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Correct.
It just shows you when a vehicle is turned on, the ignition is on, and off. That's one cycle, correct?
No.
Tell me what I've got wrong.
Key cycle, the car doesn't have to be turned on.
Say that again.
It goes from off to run. The engine doesn't have to be started to off.
Understood. So if it turns on, well, every single ignition is a key cycle. Every time the engine turns on, that's absolutely a key cycle. Once it's turned off again, right?
That gets recorded as an ignition cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle, but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
The key cycles turn the accessories on.
All right. But it doesn't, my question was, and where we started with this conversation, is it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, get your location, turn it off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
But and I'm going to use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking about.
I'm using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
The triggers were read on the text stream. That's how they read them. Key cycles.
By key cycles.
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase key cycle.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing. It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
It doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right. But if you're seeing triggering events, not trying to be tricky here, seeing triggering events, your car's in motion, what does that tell you? The ignition's on or off?
The ignition is on.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
Right.
on just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right. So your analysis is trying to go from a known key cycle that you can figure out and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the
Yes,
location
Angela.
based off the key cycle.
We're doing Karen
Well,
Reed every day,
Let's look at Exhibit 591
8:30 a.m. Eastern.
with the court's permission.
Okay.
And we'll be happy to have everyone join us.
Did you testify on Friday that
If they don't
this
have
is a
court, we'll come
copy
up
of
with something else to
the
do.
exhibit that was put in 591, this is part of your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is a chart that shows when Move to this arrow. That arrow indicates top and bottom where your testing occurred, correct?
Yes.
And we move over to the left. That is key cycle what?
1164.
So you've testified, and we can turn the lights on. Your Honor, I don't mind if that
I'm going
stays
to
up.
give this man a
We
scantron.
can turn the lights on. I don't think it hurts anything. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666 and at key cycle 1164.
Crotch shot of Brother Paul.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying in that report is the triggering events were 1162, going in reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164.
That's
They're
uncomfortable.
numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
No.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
Yes.
Boy.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Lean a little bit more forward,
And
Eddie.
you knew, when you put in your report, you know that the triggering events that you see under 1164, those are yours,
Yes.
right? I mean, that's your testing.
Yes.
And you were very clear that the triggers that you recorded, that you talked to Mr. Lally about, were two key cycles before that,
Yes.
meaning ignition cycles at least, right?
Yes. There were 2 key cycles. That.
Stated in your report, well, let me finish one other point. You said that the mileage difference between these 2 triggers and the triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your CARS report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your CARS report, I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark, is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Carol Larini, is that right?
Yes.
Also Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
Who was the supervisor? Can you connect?
So in summary, everybody that read the report and you, who authored the report, believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the 2 triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess it's now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction, and then
Yes.
the reverse at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath in front of the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. Under the text streams?
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turn the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words, right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected, because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of the key cycles.
That is the
Say again?
The
Massachusetts State
cornerstone,
Police
in other
way,
words, the
as
one
we're
known
learning.
that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting at 1164 and counting backward, before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You did or did not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle what?
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that we record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned on and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean, when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why it didn't go on, why it did not record.
Well, let's talk about the ignition cycles
Okay.
before 1164, okay?
Okay.
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question, the car was turned on, and there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed tow truck.
Yes.
That would be ignition cycle, I'm gonna use your word, key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are two different things.
Which word do you want me to use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. You want to talk about ignition cycles, it's ignition cycles when the vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle. You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle, correct?
Well, if you want to talk about it, just use the key cycles or ignition cycles. I'm trying to make sure this gets out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
Every ignition cycle includes a key cycle, correct?
In a sense,
By definition, it has to, right?
it doesn't have to. They record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
Explain that. How could that possibly happen?
Because a key cycle is when it turns on, not engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycle is when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds, and then comes off.
Okay, so
Or the 2 seconds, if it's not on long enough, it might not record one.
okay, let's ignore the 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that it's an old-fashioned type of key.
Okay.
Okay. Halfway on, the electricity is on. It's like it used to be called ACC, accessories,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
That's a key cycle, correct?
For that intents and purposes, yes. This vehicle's not a key cycle. It's not a
You
thing.
keep turning,
Okay.
and that turns the engine on, right?
It turns the engine on, correct.
An ignition cycle, right?
Yes. Well, then turns off.
Single ignition cycle necessarily includes the precursor key cycle, correct? Even though every key cycle might not include an ignition cycle. Would you agree with that?
In that scenario, yes.
Fine. Okay, with that definition, I want to talk about ignition cycles because I don't want to get confused about accessories. Just assume the engine.
Okay.
turns on, all right?
Okay.
If you started your testing at 1164, then if the engine was turned on, thereby indicating initiating a key cycle, driving the car onto a flatbed truck, and then hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163 in that hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backward from there, if the SUV was, I'm sorry, let me add one event that I just forgot. It had to get off the tow truck in Canton and be driven into the sally port. Did you ever see that video?
No.
Being driven in?
No.
If there was a video showing that the car was actually driven into the sally port, that would necessarily be a key cycle, correct?
Possibly.
Okay, so that would be key cycle 1163. My mistake, I was missing one, right?
Okay.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Kenton, that would be key cycle 1162 in order, correct? We're going back.
It's possible.
All right.
It should
Before
be.
that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed to the waterfall, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key cycle, 1159, right?
It's possible.
I want to be clear. The reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? Not every single number is in order on this left-hand column, because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data, there was no triggering event at key cycle 1159, was there?
No.
So assuming the driving events that I just told you, right? Assuming for purposes of my question, that the driving events started at 1159, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jen McCabe's house, 1160. Then driving to Dighton,
What?
her parents' house,
Shame
1161.
on them.
Then the car being seized in Dighton by Trooper Proctor, 1162.
Simone, we need to become besties.
Then the car being taken off the flatbed
Yes,
and driven into
please.
the Sally Port at Kenton, 1163. Your testing starts at 1164. That would mean that at 1162, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car, correct?
No.
Assuming my hypothetical.
Your hypothetical?
Yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
On June 9th, 2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Do you remember answering that you had not, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done you hadn't finished your report yet?
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
Take a look at
Lay down.
middle of the page. Your answer starts at about line 12, but the question above it is probably informative. You were asked, does that remind you that you were asked by a grand jury if you could calculate how far a body would move having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that, would figure out if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, the striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
You said that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff.
Yeah.
Did you ever do any stuff to test that? The grand juror's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
Sorry, me. The role me.
Say hi, Zoe.
Well, you know John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight. No.
You know the weight of the vehicle?
Yes.
What's the weight of the vehicle? Gross weight.
What's the gross weight?
Yeah.
I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Okay. Were you able to calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand jury that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate how far a person would travel being struck at that speed with a car of that weight. You didn't do those calculations?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
You testified, again, my report isn't done yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm looking into all that stuff, end quote, correct?
Yes.
There's that word again. It's been more than 2 years since that statement at the grand jury. Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
In pedestrian collisions, I use a Searle throw formula.
A what formula?
Searle.
What does that mean?
It's a type of formula that we use for a calculation of post-impact
So
or speeds for pedestrians.
that includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I
What do you
don't
mean by
think
certain
they
forms of
sterilize.
physics?
What?
There would be physics calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move having been struck by an object in motion.
Right.
That's a basic principle of
Yeah, I guess you could say though.
All right.
that one of
Can you
the
describe for the
laws?
jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel, having been struck by an object in motion?
So, in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a side swipe. So he did not he did not get enough speed of the vehicle post impact with the vehicle to be able calculations. His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have been able to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post-impact travels.
Well, that presumes a couple of things, Trooper Paul. That presumes that he was quote unquote sideswiped, right?
Presumed,
Presumed by you. You didn't see how he was hit, did you?
based on the evidence, it appeared to be a side swipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today in modern mathematics is thwarted by a sideswipe?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're saying?
The calculations that are out there, you can get a speed, it would just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object?
The truck, Trooper Paul.
I would have to know that speed.
Yeah, you'd have to know what the initial momentum is, not speed, momentum. There's a difference,
Okay.
right? Would you agree with that?
No.
You wouldn't have to calculate what the initial momentum is of the object in motion to determine the distance of the body at rest would move?
Well, in that sense, are we talking about trying to find the speed of the vehicle? That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay. Well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there is a single
So sustained. Ask Bit different.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum? That is P equals M times V, where P is the momentum. You're solving for that. M is mass. You multiply that by velocity. Is that right? Pretty simple.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Oh, because the pedestrian's somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is a pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
So if the vehicle is too heavy and the body is too light, you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes.
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
It's in my math class. We don't use momentum for a vehicle to vehicle.
Math class?
The crash reconstruction classes I have taken.
Got it. Would you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these data?
Volcano
Do I
Jones,
need to
I like your
calculate the
name.
conservation of momentum?
Heard of calculation, of conservation of momentum?
Yes.
You even know what that is? There's an equation for that as well, right?
Yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Based on the basic principles of physics, is the total momentum of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Trooper Paul, they're exactly equal in all respects under the principles of physics, right? That's the theory of the conservation of momentum. Momentum doesn't change. It's
Yes.
transferred from one body to another,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you say that to the jurors?
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Paul, if you were qualified to, quote, look into all this stuff, you would probably know these answers, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are there any other calculations that you'd need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with the grand jury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? Would that be important?
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir. Object
I don't.
you plane is flying through the air 30 feet.
Okay, sustained.
How about calculating the displacement using kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
The displacement of the body?
In order to calculate how far the body would move based on the mass of the object striking the body, could you use displacement using kinematic equations?
So like I said before, the side swipe, he would not have gotten 100% of the vehicle, 100% of the speed of the striking vehicle. It would have vastly underestimated this vehicle.
Are you behind in this video, Bobby
the
B?
person and side swipe him, spin him off to the side, and have that and get a speed from those calculations.
So you're saying that the discipline of physics cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move, but you personally figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you saying that the principles of physics
Hi,
are
Terry. Thank you for
incapable
being
of
here.
determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Okay, next question.
Well, you just said because it was a side swipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes.
You have been,
It's incorporated into the classes.
right? You had a few classes that use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You haven't been formally trained in kinematics, correct?
It's in the aspects of all their crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated ignition cycles. And you got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson, ask the appropriate part of the question, you'll get it.
Let me ask you this. Based on your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
How does the taillight? What do you? It got so the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
It, based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
Was his arm out? And it just struck the arm on a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It looked.
Here's exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
So it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the taillight would have struck his arm, right?
Yes.
Not his torso.
Yes.
Okay. So the full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right? Missing his
No.
torso.
Well, I said it. Yeah, from upper part of the arm
Right.
down. Yeah.
The elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So his torso.
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
So his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm and shoulder, yes.
Okay. And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of a pirouette.
He got spun around possibly the way he struck, it looked like it could have turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes, initially.
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm, right?
Yes,
By an unbroken taillight, right?
yes,
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
correct.
Okay. So how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked, and as the car is driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks, and as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that we see, those lacerations. I'm sorry, those abrasions that we see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette
Okay.
and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, it seems like a most likely possibility.
Got it. Did you account for the fact that his arm is on a hinge?
Is what? Say again?
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a
It's called
hinge.
Shoulder.
Okay.
Oh.
Right? So
And he's holding a glass and a
arm got
phone.
hit. Didn't his arm just swing?
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder got the upper,
Okay.
you're pointing to his upper biceps.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's no injuries on his shoulder, not a single one, not even a bruise, right?
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can up back here, but it was up here.
Well,
So
you're the one that talked about his injuries on his arm.
yes.
That's limited to about mid biceps, about mid forearm, correct?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder, no injuries on the torso, no injuries on the ribs, no injuries on the back, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically, to shatter. Then these striations get on his arm, these abrasions. Does a pirouette, a spin, counterclockwise, and flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
We're here every morning.
Yeah. It happened probably a little faster than that, though.
I thought you said he hit his head on a curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway, as he gets spun around kind of clockwise, it's a possibility that the curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except in your scenario that you just told us, he flew through the air onto the light dusting of snow, grass, and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
Say that again?
I didn't say he got thrown through the air.
Okay, I'll use your word. He got projected.
Projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just throw. Projected just means you get pushed forward.
I'm pretty sure you said that
two
earlier.
parts of that. There's the air, then there's the
He
ground.
flew in the air.
Like I said earlier, the tumbling, the rolling, whatever.
30 feet.
That part of the crash would happen. Projecting is just what we call what happens to a pedestrian post-impact with a crash.
Okay, so a couple questions. If his arm, elbow, took the brunt of that entire impact, how do you account for the fact that he didn't suffer a broken bone?
I don't know.
It
How do you
just
account for the
happens.
fact that he didn't have a fracture?
Objection.
It just
Sustained.
is. It just is.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't even have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained too.
Your approach.
Yes.
Oh, wow. This guy, you guys. This guy.
May I inquire you?
Yes.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you know, having investigated auto pedestrian accidents in the past, that John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Yes, they do.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, you came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation?
That is not true.
It would look
That's
better
why
if you said
You
yes.
have these opinions.
It would look so much better
They
if you
don't
just
make
said
sense,
yes.
Correct?
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Objection.
Sustained.
What is the physical formula for
All
that,
right,
please?
jurors will take the morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
Is this all for this
I'll see
game?
counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
We got a little bit more. We got about 20 minutes. There we
All right,
go.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Let's see what you're going to do about this,
Now,
Lally.
with regard to your testimony as far as that triggering event, well, the two events on 12,629B, you testified that that was consistent with a pedestrian collision, is that correct?
That's correct.
Again, if you could tell the jury, why is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
24.2 miles per hour in reverse for about
Right.
62 feet.
Okay, yeah, so why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because of the sudden change in the speed. It drops down by half mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant at the same percentage, and the steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
Now, your overall opinion is based on what you did as far as your construction, correct?
Yes,
Is there other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your opinion?
like from other reports and stuff?
Yes.
Yes,
And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
correct.
And that would include witness statements, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
What, if anything else, would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements,
In witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in a statement to troopers that she conducted a
Objection.
three-point turn in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow that question.
Yes,
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
yes it is.
Now, let me ask you a little bit, if you could, again, for the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's a bigger area. Point to impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask, the cell phone that was located under Mr. O'Keefe's body, that location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or in his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
As far as the...
Yes,
Let me
if
ask
she's
you
found
this. You were
innocent,
shown some
it will be
photographs
over.
of
If
some
it's a
taillights
hung jury,
and a fire, correct?
Yes.
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Yeah, it was within that. What I've had for non-initial evidence, I said the area impact was a star in that area prior to the
I'm
sneaker.
sorry,
So what I was saying was the area impact was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that was the first point of evidence.
And first, I'm sorry, just first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence was configured as it was evident to you.
How was it pointed to me? It was the first point of evidence away from, for the furthest point of evidence at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
oh, I hope they
Sir, I'm
call
showing you
him
what's
again
marked
for this
as Exhibit
trial.
58.
Oh boy.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I publish that to the jury,
Okay, what exhibit number is it?
58.
Thank you.
And Trooper Paul, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize then?
There's 34 at Fairview to the left side, and there's the fire hydrant.
Oh, look,
And as far
another
as these
picture we haven't
photographs and
seen yet in the
photographs
trial
shown by
too.
Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd, 2022?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
Now, Trooper, if you could, using the laser pointer, I know you've done this on the diagram, but if you could use the laser pointer with regard to what's on the screen as Exhibit 58, direct the jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendants, Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
And as far as that linear path that you were talking about from the area of impact, where did that go from and where did that go to?
So from, I think it's around like this way.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach this for tree here? Now,
Well, from
Trooper,
the
if you
flagpole,
could
it's like 72 feet, right? Something like that.
explain to the jury as far as what you were describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the wall.
Yes, so he was struck along the right side in the area of his arm, and then he was, post-impact with the Lexus, he rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to final rest.
And the ground, based on your understanding of the weather conditions, was frozen at the time, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir. So as far as anything in your testimony about Mr. O'Keefe's actions, does that involve a pirouette?
No,
So there's a rotation, is that correct?
correct.
And as far as 30 feet in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I do not have any evidence that he would have flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it comes to pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Say it again.
From your training experience,
Yes.
based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveled in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for this specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe. So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Let me ask you a little bit about, you were talking about the Searle pedestrian throw formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics specific to reconstruction by someone named Dr. Searle, correct?
Correct.
And that's S-E-A-R-L-E, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that inapplicable in a sideswipe collision versus some other type of collision?
Because it takes in, it's looking for more, it's not so much the formula, it's how much projection efficiency that would occur, how much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would have struck the vehicle, the more efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what, if any, role does that play in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of a striking vehicle due to a center mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
Now, you asked some questions about the glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the glass would travel with him, being Mr. O'Keefe. Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in that same way. Could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in midair. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with him.
Now, and speaking of collision sequences, particularly collisions involving multiple vehicles, vehicles are affixed with bumpers, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
To help absorb the
Scope?
Yes. Yeah.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe it is.
So why don't we come to sidebar?
Oh, jeez. Oh, that's right. We don't have to do that. Look at that. Magic.
So I'm sorry again, Trooper. If I could ask you, what is the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
It's there to help absorb energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
Back to what you just testified about bumpers, you were also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
Thank you for being
So
here,
the bumpers on the side
Love
was more
you.
of
Be
a.
safe, babes.
This wasn't more of a direct on hit with the bumper. It was more of the side scraping of the paint of the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass not matching, are you aware that the lab's actual findings were that the glass on the bumper and the glass on the roadway was just not found to be consistent with each other? Is that your understanding? If you know.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the
I
glass
get your
on the
face,
road?
Karen.
I'm not aware what the lab said.
Now, in order to construct your diagrams, your testimony, I believe, was that you had used cert diagrams in the process of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
By the way, I do have a Turtle Boy
And if I could
update.
turn
I
back
forget who asked that,
to
but
that 1269,
I do have that when this is over.
the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The 3-point turn that you observed and the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet, how far apart time-wise within that particular triggering event were those two incidents?
8 minutes.
And as far as any of the other tech stream data that you observed, was there any other triggering event that included the 3-point turn?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some questions about the defendant's cell phone. As far as GPS locations, were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I was not aware.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage.
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
They're as bad as
Because I
Proctor,
can
aren't
physically
they?
see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
And why would, well, let me ask you this. In your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is that?
Like I said, you can physically see it when you turn the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every key cycle, is that necessarily recorded within the text stream data?
No,
And why not, sir?
it only records stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Okay, thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate,
And why so?
because it also be you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle, so those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger, and plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Does it though? It's just like your opinion,
Now,
man.
fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he was holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why.
Objection.
Sustained. It's asked and answered.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top smashing on the vehicle, and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, I just want to make sure I clear something up about the key cycles. You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of the car is on this page, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 591.
Okay.
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes in basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
And the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
So in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycle is from that, because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Right. Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, this was on Friday.
Oh, I want to see it
Before the
so
weekend.
bad.
By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything
So
on,
bad.
I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No.
Nothing.
No.
No. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about these key cycles and problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with the key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you would ask me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Trooper Paul, on Friday, you indicated pretty clearly that your analysis was based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing, and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other, but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one of the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing at 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 driving, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 1159, it could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview. In my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from?
The odometer reading.
The odometer reading is the odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is, your analysis that's based on the odometer reading, 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what I'm.
You got the path of travel wrong.
So I purposely put down a range on my Google images showing, because I couldn't tell you her definitively route of path for every single way. But I know that it's possibly a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, then that would mean the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? Into the Proctor's custody.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Just very briefly. The range that you came up with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the 3-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you guys. That is the conclusion. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Thank you all for suggesting that we watch Proctor and Trooper Paul today since court was canceled. Oh boy.
Oh, that was a mess, dude.
Oh boy. So for those of you who knew, me and Annie did not watch trial 1. So we're pretty new to the Karen Reed case. Trials, not so much. We watch them all the time. We just started this show not like a month ago to watch Karen Reed, and I never. Have you ever seen anything like this in a trial before, Annie?
No,
Oh, gosh.
absolutely not.
It's so embarrassing. It's even worse than we've been led to believe in the second trial,
It's really bad.
which is already bad. Already super bad. Do you think defense is going to call Proctor and Trooper Paul? Because I would totally call
They
Trooper
have to.
Paul.
I know, but
I feel bad for the
feel bad, but I kind of do.
but like have him testifying, because if I was on the jury, man, I'd be like, bro, what? And then they bring in McSteamy from the ARCA team. Like, oh no.
I don't think they're going to have that much of a problem convincing the jury if these are the witnesses they bring on again.
It's so bad. It's such a bad investigation. It's shameful. So
That's a good word for
shameful.
it. It is
First timer here
shameful.
as well, Sonia. Welcome. I know so many of you are first timers. Before we go into our we are winding down the show. I want to thank everyone that came and watched us today and participated in the chat. One, this is the most people we've ever had view us in one day. And also, my makeup has like completely gone off because you all in chat just made me laugh so much today. And that's just so awesome. So I just want to thank you all for being here, for liking, subscribing. If you haven't subscribed, hit that notification bell because we will be here bright and early at 8:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow for Karen Reed. That's what we do every day. Even if there's not court tomorrow, if they do have court tomorrow, I know the niece and nephew were supposed to testify today. There is an order from the judge that will not be recorded in any way, shape, or form. No video, no audio. So we might go ahead and watch some more past testimony while we wait, for the niece and nephew to testify tomorrow. But oh my gosh, these guys, I can't even
It's
even
worse
with
than I thought
them.
it was going to be. Although I will say that Proctor's, and I know we didn't watch like the entire thing, but I was expecting more see you next Tuesdays from him.
I think there were more. I think it might have been during
Part 2.
maybe not the part 1 because we didn't do
that makes
part
sense.
1.
Okay.
Oh my elbow feet. I just want to remind everyone that Massachusetts is home to both MIT and Harvard. And this is who they call the best of the best. This is the Massachusetts State Police. Oh, that's so embarrassing for them. And it doesn't seem, in trial too, it doesn't seem like it has fazed them at all. At all. They don't seem to mind. They don't seem to mind at all. What do you guys, by the way, if you want to leave a comment in the chat or in the comments, letting us know what you guys want to watch tomorrow, we're game. Whatever your guys' suggestions today were spot on. I think we gave you all the reactions you wanted out of those, that's for sure. No, Sonia, you are not the only person on the planet. Like, so some of the chat and our guest co-hosts saw the first one. Some of us haven't seen it. So we get a nice little dynamic of how the second trial is going differently than the first one. So I'll say for myself, though, I'm pretty sure Annie agrees here. This trial that's live now is a mess. All right, prosecution is doing a shit job. They're calling people all out of order. We don't understand what timeline they're talking about. It's not great. It's not great. Defense has been winning most of the days in our book. I mean, they have turned their most basic of witnesses into basically defense witnesses. It's magical.
It's been hard to watch, really.
It has been hard. Oh, watching Buchanan on this stand for 2.5 days was tough. It was very, very tough. Oh my goodness. Yeah, here's the thing is, one, I just want to say, everyone was saying people were giving possibly Karen a hard time for being sick and making fun of her. And I'm sorry, in my book, you are no better than Michael Proctor. He was doing the same thing, not knowing what she has to deal with and go through. If you don't know, Karen Reed has MS, which is very serious. So does Jen McCabe, very serious. I wouldn't make fun of Jen McCabe. I don't understand why we're making fun of Karen Reed. Like, we don't know for sure that it's Karen, but there's a good chance it can be. And whoever is doing that, you are as gross as disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor, who we watched and listened to today. You're as bad as him. Cut it out.
Funny.
Be an adult. It's gross. We don't like that here. We like to have fun and poke fun, but we don't want to be gross to people, no matter what. Now, I promised you guys real quick, I did, Terry True Crime sent this to me. It is the indictment from the grand jury that came out today for Turtle Boy. Another one, apparently. Now, I know somebody put up a thing from X where Turtle Boy said this was an old thing. I mean, maybe it is. Wait, why didn't that show up on the thing? I'm sorry. It's my first day. It's not my first day. Uh, so this is what it says. I want to put it on here so that way everybody can see it and not just take our word for it.
There we go.
Okay. Can you guys see that? Here, let me make it. Oh, that wasn't any more helpful. Okay. So it says that today, the second Tuesday of May, 2025, which is today, Aiden Timothy Kearney, which is Turtle Boy, did willfully, either directly or indirectly, attempt or cause physical, emotional, or economic injury to, or intimidate or harass another person, to wit, Christopher Albert, who we heard a lot about today from Michael Proctor, who is A, witness or potential witness, or D, a family member of a witness or potential witness, with the intent to or with reckless disregard for the fact that it may, 1, impede, obstruct, delay, prevent, or otherwise interfere with a criminal investigation at any stage, a grand jury proceeding, a motion hearing, a trial, or other criminal proceeding of any type in violation of Massachusetts general law. So that's what came out today. I am not super familiar on all of Turtle Boy charges, so I'm not really here to speculate about that because I really, as I said, me and Annie are pretty new to this whole thing. Just people were asking, and so I found it. I don't know anything about it, so there's that. So yeah. Oh boy, I am so, what a day. Oh, I hope they bring both of them. Yes, why was court canceled today? We're not entirely sure. It's speculated that Karen was unwell today. Somebody was unwell because Karen didn't show up to court. Defense didn't show up to court, and none of her family showed up to court. John's family did show up, and it's believed that, well, the kids were supposed to testify today. So even if they would have had court, we wouldn't have seen it. Now, how unwell Karen is, we don't know. There's been nothing saying about the future of this week's testimony as far as we knew. But if we do know, we will let everyone know. So make sure you subscribe to the channel because we'll put it in our community post section. Layden Gray says he was indicted by the grand jury on the same charges he already had. From what he said, I think it basically changes the charges to a different county. Oh, is that why they had the one word scratched out? Maybe. Was it for Chris the other times too? Was the person the same? Because I feel like Jen would have been like, they're harassing us. Chris has been dealing with people complaining about cop killers and his family. Well, remember though, he's besties. Well, not according to Proctor, but we all know. With Proctor, him and his wife and his kids. So, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how the rest of the week goes. I'm about to be working on something tonight, and if it goes well, there might be a special surprise for everyone tonight. If it doesn't go well, then I'll have a different announcement in the morning tomorrow. But something is happening, whether or not it's tonight. I don't want to jinx myself, so I don't want to share it and put myself in a corner. We'll see how it goes. Also, tomorrow we will not be doing midday missing. Normally on Mondays and Wednesdays during court lunch, for those of you who are new, we redirect. When court is on lunch, we redirect everyone to Terry True Crime, who is on here today. She does a show, Midday Missing, on this channel, and we watch that during lunch break, and then we come back for the second part of the day. You never miss anything. But unfortunately, there's too many scheduling conflicts tomorrow. Terry's going to be out of town. So we're just going to go ahead and be here all day. And hopefully all you new people will join us. We are here at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. And now usually court doesn't start till 9-ish, but we like to get early and say hi to everybody and just hang out for a little bit. Because really, I mean, we're not lawyers, we're not legal experts, we're just peers who enjoy true crime and watching trials. So we're just like you, and we really care about the community that we're creating here, because that's how we all met. is in YouTube channel chats about trials. So we wanted to bring something, to the community that brought us all together. So we're so glad to have you all here today. Love it. I have nothing that is YouTube appropriate to say about Chris Alvaro's family. Yeah, that's fair.
How about
Amy
you?
loves surprises. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Llama's trying all the new things. Again, if we have a survey out that we're running all week, if you guys can fill it out, Angie just put it in the chat. We're going to put it on our community tab in our Discord. By the way, if you guys like hanging out with us, we have our own server in Discord that we all hang out in and talk true crime all the time. We got documents from different cases. We watch stuff together, sometimes true crime, sometimes not. Tonight, you guys are watching a couple of Pushing Daisy episodes at 6 Eastern.
Mhm.
And we play games. Saturday, we're playing Among Us. Anyway, if you want to hang out with all of us, that's where you can find us. Join our Discord. It's called The Courtyard. Pretty friendly, pretty chill. Yes, that is how we all met, was hanging out in YouTube trial chats. And now
Yeah.
we're all besties. We love it. So we're so happy to have you all here again. Some of y'all were so funny. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Because we're all about having fun and having a good time. And everybody's commentary. You guys are so great. So thank you for giving us all a great day. Yes, there's the survey. Even if you're brand new and this is your first time, any of your feedback, good or bad, because we're here to entertain you guys. We want to hear it and what we can do better to give you guys what you really want to see, right? Everyone but Annie is friendly. That's true. She does get a little stabby, but in fairness, she's having a baby. Actually, she was like that before baby. But
Yeah. Can't blame the
I'm
baby.
just kidding. She has squishy insides. We just joke with her. She's very sweet and very nice. All right, you guys. Well, that is all we really have for you today. Again, look for any updates. Like this video, share it. All right, if you have people that you think was just fun to hang out with, have them come hang out with the party over here. And again, we'll post if there's anything else going on, but we will be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning Eastern, and we'll see what the day brings us. Maybe we'll have previous trial testimony again. Ooh, I do want to watch Higgins now.
Yeah, I
And who was
know.
the other one earlier that I was like, oh, I want to watch that person too. Oh, Brian Albert, because we don't think they're bringing
Yeah.
anybody from the house in. It doesn't
So
seem like
the
it.
defense. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
Her baby's coming out with 2 fingers of, yeah, not the good ones. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see what the plan is tomorrow. Either way, we'll work on the fly. Again, thank you all for being here today. It means so much. You guys are so wonderful and amazing. And we'll
And
be
you
here
guys
tomorrow.
were so fun.
It's so
I know
fun,
she
right?
said it already, but
I
thank
know.
you so much for hanging out with us.
We love it. So it's so great. Well, thank you all very much. You all have a wonderful rest of the day. I'm Llama, and until then, go forth and be amazing. We're pretty
Bye.
corny too. So, all right, we'll talk to you all later. You all have a great day.